Go. How are you? How's your week?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. I got trapped at a pool party yesterday and got a little bit sunburned, but otherwise not too bad.
It's been 2 weeks now. Podcast. A lot of stuff has happened in these 2 weeks.
Yeah. Stuff just keeps happening. God.
Well, I mean, there's always the big brains on Tumblr regarding war, war in Ukraine.
Oh yeah.
And I don't
There's
know why
always
it's so. I don't know why it's so hard for people to grasp in terms of like consistency with us.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I like to think that part of it is that they're missing the thought process that goes into why it's ideologically consistent.
Yeah, well, what I find is a lot of people think that like we're defending Russia. You know,
and like, well, they wanna accuse you of it because they don't really have a good response otherwise. Like, if you can't, it's the either or, us or them mentality. Like, if you're not on our side about this issue, then you can't be on any other side except for the one that's exactly opposite of mine. It's like
we're
no,
using
there's a
Russian
third option.
talking point.
There's definitely a third option, with even just a little bit of nuance. Suddenly you have all these other suddenly you have all these other options besides Russia bad or Russia good.
Well, because the problem is that Russia is saying that the United States is bad, and the fact of the matter is that the United States is bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a Russian talking point. That's true. Like, they're using it. Of course they're gonna fucking use it. It's a great opportunity.
And so Russia's bad. They're fucking terrible. But also just like the sheer depravity and I don't even really know terms that could conceivably encompass just how terrible the American war state.
I mean, I'm not sure you can encompass it in one word. I mean, it's
because
so
it's evil is evil is the only way I can just truly summarize that. Listen, this shit is fucking evil. Like,
I mean, it is. It's objectively evil. It's about as close. Yeah, I mean, it's as close as you could possibly get to like something that you can objectively say is evil. I mean, and everybody should be able to agree on it. Everybody used to kind of agree on it. At one point, there was like a brief, stint where everybody agreed on it, and then we went to the next war and it split back up again. No, this one's justified.
It became inconvenient to call Obama a war because he well, how could he be a war criminal? He's got swag.
He rode a skateboard.
Yeah.
I mean, he's cool.
And when you talk about, it's like, well, no, he bombed civilians, bombed a hospital. And then suddenly it's like, well, war is just like a thing that like everybody's confused about. And how could he know that he's bombing a hospital? Like, well, he ordered the fucking thing. I think if he's gonna order a bombing, it kind of behooves him to know what the hell he's bombing.
And I mean, even if he didn't, it's like, is that really the defense that he's bombing targets that he knows nothing about? Cool, yeah, let's just all right, cool, blow that one up. Sounds good. Like,
the headline then becomes Obama accidentally bombs a hospital. How great.
Yeah. Like, the end result is still the same. Intent doesn't necessarily create some kind of or remove
buffer,
culpability. Like, you're the president of the United States. You don't get to remove culpability. That's not how it works.
So other than war and people somehow just like unable to grasp opposition to war, because they think that the one that we've got now is the one good war should we should engage in. That just NATO's
like the
doing
last one.
great things, and US, is just fighting the good fight. Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, just like Yemen has terrorists. all those things. Assad is gassing his. Well, now
What was the justification for Somalia? I can never remember. Why did we go back to Somalia? Or not go back, because now we're going back. Why did we go to Somalia in the first place?
Well, so Somalia, so Ethiopia, we backed Ethiopia and their aggression against Somalia, and then Al-Shabaab rose
Oh yeah,
amongst
that's right. Okay.
amongst Somalia, and Al-Shabaab is particularly violent, and because they're full of it's the youth wing of the Islamic kind of radicalists in there. Of course, they're willing to carry out violence, and then the fact that it's like, well, Al-Shabaab was the only recourse that the Somali people had to defend themselves against Christian Ethiopians who wanted to massacre them. And so they're like, hey, well, you guys are here to save us. And then the United States was like, well, Al-Shabaab is like a terrorist group that we need to defeat. And it's like, well, they weren't particularly influential before Somalia needed militants to defend themselves against an invading Ethiopian army. Before that happened, Al-Shabaab was just, a youth wing of some Islamic group, but like there was a bunch of other Islamic groups that were more prominent and more peaceful because they were full of older people that, didn't have these kind of militant ideas and attitudes. But as soon as they're in a war situation, like with the Ethiopian invasion, US backed, well then, they turn to the violent youth to defend them. And the rest is basically, the United States claiming to defend themselves.
That makes sense. We're opportunistic predators.
And so war is a constant, right? Or is a guru, my homie James coming through. But yeah, so the American war state and warmongering and all that, definitely unchanged from the last time that we had our podcast 2 weeks ago. Obviously, actually, but it's just really funny to see these kind of like liberal types who consider themselves like more grounded in reality than they. They're like, oh, the anarchists are so idealistic and so
ideology is utopian.
Yeah, decoupled from reality. That there's like, they don't understand that we need a state to carry out our interests, and the United States is doing the good fight.
My favorite is that the argument that this is a necessary evil. It's like, well, it's okay. So you're saying you're admitting it's evil.
Anybody argues should be shot. No, I mean is wrong. That's the what they should. They're wrong about that.
Well, I mean, it's a stupid argument to make in the first place. It's like anybody can make that argument if against you very easily. Like, oh well, now I have to kill you. It's a necessary evil to it's like, yeah, maybe you don't necessarily like deserve this now, but I've got to take you out later. Like, you're basically just admitting that this is a really shallow justification that can be used for just about anything. It's only a matter of time until it gets used against you.
Well, that's the like just phenomenal, like the phenomenal aspect of these guys who operate off of optics or outcomes, right? The consequentialists is that like they consider people like us to be idealistic, right? And to be fantastical. Well, no. We're just idealistically consistent. All it is that we start off with the premise that humans own their own body. Actually, this segues perfectly into first on natural rights, right? Because we're going to talk about gun control, gun rights, gun violence in general.
Well,
And
I mean, yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, fundamental natural rights, I feel like, are kind of a core concept when you're talking about, I mean, anybody who's anti-authoritarian or anti-state. I feel like a big part of that, generally speaking, is they became convinced because of their belief in natural rights. I mean, that's why I became convinced. That was my personal turning point.
well, yeah, and that's where I kind of gained the confidence, truly stating like with confidence that I was correct, right? With confidence that like I have the right position, the correct position, the logically defensible position, was discovering that. Because for a lot of religious people and a lot of religious people, natural rights just kind of comes in tandem with God-given right, the belief in God and the belief in, so gives, because a lot of people don't realize this, but Christianity was kind of the catalyst, or like this in history, where people started to think of people as individuals, that they started to think of rights as individuals, because Jesus, you know, as a savior, as a prophet, saved individual souls. And before this came about, salvation, forgiveness, and these kinds of concepts were not based off of what people did individualistically. They were based on a certain group having favor with God or gods, not having favor.
Elective, yeah.
Yeah, not having favor with gods. And so when Jesus and Christ came out, uh, the concept of salvation was then whittled down concept. And then so individualism as a whole political concept sort of developed from that. So despite that I'm not religious, I don't think you're religious.
I was. I mean, I've probably spoken about it before. I did grow up in a fundamentalist Christian family, very much. Um, but I did not retain that once I sort of left that atmosphere. So I
Yeah.
mean, I've studied a lot of theology just because it's interesting to me. I like reading and even just talking with people about this kind of stuff. I've studied a lot of different parts. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself an expert on any of it by any means, but I've known a lot of people. I've read a lot of stuff regarding Christianity, Jude, a lot of the Abrahamic religions and stuff like that are what I'm more familiar with. Um, but I have read a lot of stuff on theology and stuff like that.
Yeah, and so I come from kind of in a similar vein. I was raised, I don't know if I would consider it fundamentalist, but my mom was religious. She was, before she came to the United States, and she was, went to Catholic school, wanted to be a nun at a certain point too. That's how, like,
And that's a commitment.
fervent she was, but didn't take that route. Immigrated to America, and my dad had, and then still continued to raise me. But either way, and so we were Baptist growing up. We went to Latino Baptist churches. I played guitar, the church band, when I was a teenager.
Nice.
So yeah, I was raised in a Christian household, and Christian traditions and culture in the United States, but like still Latino Christian. And so yeah, I read a lot of the Bible growing up. Uh, Nowadays I don't really think of myself as believing in God, but I still respect, Christian belief and Christian culture. And I think it's generally better than the alternative. It's just it's clinging on to anything that,
Anything. Well, I mean, it's not always the case, but like a lot of times you do see a marked amount of, again, ideological consistency um, with even people that are like mildly more religious than like your average person, because I mean, of course, it makes sense.
it gives people a grounding,
Yeah,
a more,
exactly. I mean,
and a
you
lot
have
of
you
people
have a
don't know that natural law and natural rights is that grounding for non-religious people, and it can truly be like solidified, like conceptually. You know, people when they reject religious ethics, when they reject religious ethics, they kind of like go the opposite extreme into like ethical relativism or moral relativism, and they think that's like, oh no, now we can't say what's ethical or what's moral and what's not. And it's like, well, no, by the nature of what it means to be human and what it means to own yourself and to be a separate person, a separate identity from other people, these things have implications, and they have you can deduce from these axioms, from these fundamental truths, you can deduce rules of society that respect those fundamental truths. And so ethics and morality is real, even though it doesn't have to come from a supernatural force or supernatural origin.
Right.
And that's what was argued. John Locke came up with the idea of natural rights as uh, connects to private property. One, pull it up now. It's a great one. I have the book behind me on the bookshelf. PDF. Fuck. I want to just. Ethics of Liberty on Amazon. Ethics of Liberty by Murray Rothbard. So this, he basically uh, lays out the entire structure of natural rights and how it's compatible with libertarian free market. And so he goes uses a common thought experiment that's done with Austrian anarchists, Austrian libertarians. Is there's a thought experiment, Crusoe economics, and so they basically Robinson Crusoe, the sole guy on a deserted island, and examine his situation and how rights affect his situation, and then how rights would be affected if we add an additional person, Friday originally, right? Crusoe and Friday on the island, and how if you add more people in society, more complicated human interactions, that these fundamental rights and these fundamental concepts can just be expanded upon from the simple to the advanced, logically, linearly. So yeah, the idea of so on an island, Rousseau has the ownership of his own body, of his own self. He has the ownership of whatever natural resources that he transforms with his body and labor to make a consumer good or a producer. Consumer goods are things that name states that we consume, right? So any kind of, like, if you were to take a coconut from a tree, break it open, and then now that coconut broken open is a consumer good because you could fucking coconut innards or whatever. If it's something that, like, let's say you chop down a tree and you got some wood, like, well, that's a producer good because that wood can be used to make something that will then eventually become a consumer good. It is used in the production process. It's not consumed by the person in and of itself, but it's then used to make something consumed. Use wood to build a chair, then the chair is not consumed in the sense that it's like eaten up, but the fact that a person using a chair, so far as the market is concerned, has consumed the chair. Nobody else can use a chair at the same time that that is using the chair. So that chair, for all intents and purposes, is consumed as far as the market is. So all this is to say that when man uses their body, which is their natural right, to transform nature, which is nobody's natural right, like nobody has a natural right to all of nature. Right? It's whoever comes up and homesteads a particular piece of nature, they become the owner of that through the efforts of their labor, their body. But nobody, nature in and of itself is not owned by any one person, any one group, anybody. It only becomes owned when we transform it using our labor, and that's how ownership comes about.
Right.
Uh,
Okay.
so that's the idea behind the celebrity, and then so from there, then we can create rules to determine who legitimately owns something versus something that's not legitimately owned. We can determine whether an act of aggression is justified or not justified based off of whether the act was used to take somebody's property uh, from the legitimate owner, or whether the legitimate owner was using the violence to reclaim
And it.
property that they owned.
Okay.
So, and it breaks down the ethics of violence and of ownership, property, all that stuff, far more in depth, more in depth than what I've explained here. But it's a great source. It's a great kind of all-encompassing breakdown ethics from individualist market anarchy standpoint. So yeah, highly recommend. In general, this is the kind of the principle that like individualists operate on, even if they're not necessarily of this. But this would definitely accurately explain or comprehensively explain exactly how ethics and ownership and property and all those concepts work in tandem with each other, logically connected to one another. And then so when people ask, it's like, okay, well, what gives you the right to own a gun that can end the life of massive amounts of people in half a second? And well, the short answer is that the guns are not any different fundamentally from any other type of property. People use resources, transform resources, aid those transformations others, and no third party has the right to dictate what those two parties trade with each other. I don't care how fucking undesirable it is for that third party, for those two parties to do that trade. Oh, it's dangerous for me if those two parties, trade a gun from one another, from one person to the other. Okay, question then becomes: did the seller own the gun? Right? Did the seller either acquire the gun, legitimately, or did they create the gun using legitimately owned resources? If they did, then you have no right to tell them that they can't do that.
Can't
There's
sell it or that somebody can't buy it. Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no. It's none of your damn business, really, is what. Yeah.
and people don't like that answer. They have a knee jerk who's like, well, this is like a societal issue problem, and we need to control dangerous weapons. But it's so hollow, so uh
Same.
incomplete.
Well, it's hollow. It's the same justification but behind things like red flag laws and stuff like that. Like, you exist um in this society, and you kind of walk it back to like, well, I didn't ask to be necessarily included in this. I was born. I was given a social security number. Nobody asked me if I wanted one or anything like that. We're just part of it. We're born into it. Okay. So now the argument becomes, well, because you're part of this society, there are certain elements of your life and personhood that are now under the observation and control of the rest of the population. This is a democracy. Everybody gets a vote. It's like, well, that's one of my biggest problems with the whole idea of like democracy is like I don't fucking know you. You do absolutely nothing to actually contribute to my well-being. Um, I didn't ask you for anything, and so you also have no right to have any oversight over my like if I'm not legitimately hurting anybody, if I'm not violating anybody else's, human rights or anything like that, you have no you have no right to oversight anything I do. Just because I exist um alongside you does not give you the right to then dictate like whether or not I'm allowed to be armed. Like I didn't ask you for permission. I'm not going to ask you for permission, and now that I am armed, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, there seems to be this idea that living within society or living within civilization then uh, implies certain responsibilities or obligations to that society,
At society. Yeah.
to that, you know.
That's an extremely large it's an extremely large argument. It's a recurring theme that I see. I mean, we see it in a lot of things. Look at the COVID-19 response. You have to get vaccinated because you owe it to society. A lot of authoritarianism ends up leaning really, really heavily on this idea that the individual owes something to society. That by existing within that society, you are agreeing to, if you're going to take stuff out, then you're going to put stuff back into it. And it's like, yeah, but I could get all of this stuff without you. I could get all of this stuff without you. And like even worse, it's like sometimes it's almost like they've roadblocked it so that you have no choice but to get stuff from society. You're not allowed to produce your own. I mean, there's a lot of places where you can't even grow a fucking vegetable garden in your backyard. So the idea that like you have this option to opt out is bullshit in a lot of cases. It's really not. I mean, there's no unowned piece of land. Like even if a person doesn't own it, the fucking Bureau of Land Management does. You can't go put a house somewhere and just live there and be left alone. You can't do it.
Yeah, and it's, it's especially telling when people try to diminish value of individual rights or diminish of the individual. Listen, why do you know care so much
Trust. I don't
about
trust anybody who makes that argument.
dude
Not a
when
single person.
people at the beginning of COVID lockdowns was like, oh, all these protesters talking about their rights, you know, and they like were doing it in like this mocking sort of like like
They put it in scare quotes when they
exactly.
when
It's
they
like,
would post about
wait,
it
I'm sorry, what about human rights is exactly laughable or ludicrous or you know
because now they're inconvenient.
it's like, well, no, no, we have to protect society, we have to protect, you know, the people from this. It's like, well, so therefore just people should not have the ability to decide their own lives for them. And
It's a bizarre circular argument that if you ask to be an individual, you are
being
not
oppressive.
part of society. You're not part of society until it is being argued that because you're part of society, you have to contribute. So it's like, which is it? Like either I am or I'm not. If I'm saying that I mean, it's just this weird double think that they get into.
All right, we got a cow to cook up.
Nice.
That is also, yeah, the topic of children and what our parents have as well. It was I think it might be even in ethics of liberty that we just discussed when he talks about the obligation of parents to their children, which is controversial because I think he argued that parents do not have a like an ingrained ethical obligation to feed their children, but of course anybody living in a society with other people is not going to very well tolerate people purposefully starving their children. So a lot of these times, like a lot of the abstract ethical technicalities are also things that won't necessarily be applied in the real world because we have people with like values, right? So there's the thing is of arguing based off of ethical constraints, based off of natural rights, and then there's things that would actually happen within societies of people, because people have different set of values from the strict rights that they have, right? Like for example, you know, we might have the right to carry out prostitution or to carry or to consume drugs or any sort, you know, of objectively bad things for our bodies, but but that doesn't mean that human societies, are necessarily open up and tolerate all those things without exception. You know? And so there can conceivably be anarchist societies that have rules in within their neighborhood or within their against prostitution or against drug consumption or drug distribution. And those things aren't necessarily anti-libertarian if all those rules are created within people who voluntarily own their property, right? If they're property owners deciding what goes on within home property, then being against drugs or being against prostitution isn't anti-anarchist or anti-libertarian or any of that. It's when you have the state enforcing morality laws on other people's property that becomes an issue.
Yeah, I mean it's the same as the simplest way I've seen that concept expressed is like, what's the difference between a national border and then somebody's personal property borders? And it's like, well, I mean, a ton. There's a huge difference. I don't believe that people shouldn't be able to immigrate to places just because they were born somewhere else. But like, if some motherfucker is walking around in my yard and I don't want him there, I absolutely
Move
should
him as
have the
quickly
right
as
to,
possible.
to remove him. Yeah, he's not an immigrant. He's on my property. Like, I don't care if he wants to go somewhere else down the road. That's fine. I mean, that's fine if he wants to, whatever. But like, if he's walking around on my property, I'm not immediately gonna shoot him. But like, if I sense that there's some kind of threat there, like, yeah, absolutely.
And so I think it's important for us to point out like that it mean strict uh allowances of natural rights versus what it actually occur in society. So for example, natural rights, like technically anybody should be able to own a recreational nuke. Like it's just nobody has a right to tell somebody that they cannot own a nuclear weapon if they acquire it ultimately labor acquire it from a person who made the nuke. But the likelihood of that scenario actually happening in the real in a real anarchist society is minute or what is it?
Slightly
It's
minute. The idea of a person being able to, I mean, they're
it's
complex, they're difficult, they're expensive to make, and like on top of that, it's like the likelihood that you're gonna survive the fucking process in the first place is tiny. Like the argument of recreational nukes is so pants on head fucking goofy that I just agree with it now. I'm like, sure, man, yeah, let's absolutely have recreational nukes. Do it.
well, yeah,
Like that
because I
sounds
mean,
awesome.
like logistic or logically, yeah, recreational nukes are okay. They're fine, property rights wise. But in actuality, in practice, for an individual to afford and maintain a nuclear warhead is ridiculously costly. Like it is.
Plus,
There's a
also
reason
like
why only. There's a reason
yeah,
why only countries are able to do this is because they have
yes,
control of monetary supply. They have an
physical
unlimited
resources.
like they have unlimited like a well of funds to draw from when it comes to funding arms. And so they have the possibility to do this because they've completely like bastardized our monetary system to the point where they can carry out their own whims regardless of how financially feasible it is. But so if somebody just were to acquire a nuke from somebody, so first of all, we'd have to have companies willing to produce nuclear warheads and arms and usable nuclear munitions for private individuals, and those companies are doing that with the assumption that they can make a profit from private individuals paying for those services. That's a huge assumption right off the bat. That's a
Massive.
that's a very uphill fucking intellectual battle to fucking traverse just in and of itself. And then we have to have individuals who are willing to pay that cost personally and forego any other benefits that they could have used that money for, right? Paying millions, if not billions, into like a singular nuclear warhead that they are very likely going to kill themselves with, right? That they have to ensure that they can store efficiently and
I mean, there's
safely.
just the idea that you could use that an individual could really like actually use. I mean, without a ton of work to actually use a nuke is like insane. And like plus, I I think we're talking about incentives again. Like what? incentive. I mean, yes, there are some, but like, what incentive would an individual have to drop a nuclear? Like, what does it actually profit a person? Because like, war doesn't necessarily profit individuals unless they are somehow, making money off of it. And you don't really make money off of wars without states to pay you money to produce arms for them to go to war. Like, you know, so
Yeah, well, yeah, because societies don't benefit from because war is
right.
destructive.
And what
Destruction.
individual Right. And what individual person would benefit from dropping a nuke somewhere? I mean, what's the actual benefit here? It's like, how would you carry it out? And like, you can't use nukes defensively. Like, the idea that people would just all be running around with recreational nukes. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, and Calvin Cook points out, it's like I wouldn't agree on nukes on the basis like, would you trust Bill Gates or Pelosi with their own nukes? But the thing is, like, okay, but the cost of a nuke again is just so unfathomably like prohibitive that even a Bill Gates or a Nancy Pelosi, like logically, wouldn't benefit from having a nuke. Like in terms of like the cost
And like, I
versus
have
benefit
to,
of
yeah. And I mean,
investing into that.
I have to question how someone like Pelosi or Bill Gates would have acquired. I mean, I don't think that Bill Gates would have the influence that he has now without the state. Neither would Nancy Pelosi, like both of them. Like, I just don't think that they would be the people that they are now with the influence and the reach and the money that they have. Because it's not always about money. I mean, yes, money greases a lot of wheels, but power is like the end goal, and money is just a means to an end for most of these people. Because I
So,
mean,
so
power, power is the real currency.
yeah, and so the long and short of it is that like the our justification for gun rights is absolute. It is based off of fundamental principles that need to be addressed rather than uh, you know, kind of like statistics and obfuscating tactics, right? The all of this other bullshit about how many kids need to die or how many mass shootings need to happen or any of this does not negate the concept of natural rights. It does not address individualism as a starting point or as a axiom. But to be fair, a lot of these people just don't fucking understand that, right? They don't view society as people having human rights. They think that we have this like obligation to do the greater good or the greater of society or this other shit. And so they
And
like
if anything, they end up arguing a lot that society is the negation of a lot of specific individual rights in order to benefit the collective.
yeah, that our rights should be based off of the
Or
consequentialism.
what everyone needs, not necessarily what you need. Therefore, you're just kind of you're doing everything for the greater good. You're kind of splitting the difference. You're compromising on absolutely everything.
Now, so uh that's a great, uh put it- that's a noble mission to have, right? Is just to make the world better consequentially. But
It is.
the problem with that, or the hiccup that these people run into, and also the hiccup is is that guns make things better for people and for societies. And one thing that I loved
I mean, they do. I think
Hippo,
that they are a net benefit for everyone, honestly.
yeah, so we have I pulled up here on the screen is defensive gun uses in the U.S. from the past 90 days. And since people like to pull up the mass shootings that happened in the past year or everything, I think it was a good idea to put up some defensive gun usages. And let's see what we got here. I'm just gonna like pull up a couple random ones. It's great that we have some in California because I mean, fucking California has such stringent gun laws that so you wouldn't think that a lot of defensive gun usages happen using an ad blocker. Yeah, I'm using an ad blocker. Shut the fuck up. What if I am? So the teenager shot 18-year-old. But yeah, he was attempting to fuck somebody up apparently because it was considered self defense. Oh, no more detail. But they did at least.
I mean, I've personally, so far, knock on wood, I've never had to shoot anybody, um, defensively, but I'd say it was cool. Jesus, it was probably about good 10, no, 11, 12 years now. I've been shot at more than a few times. I've been carjacked once. Not my car. I was actually the passenger. But I've been carjacked, or I guess I was part of the carjacking. Um, and I didn't own a gun at the time, like either time. I my family owned guns, but they were kind of fuds. So like my dad had a Mosin, and I think a pistol. I think he had a Ruger or something like that. Um, and like it was kind of like I had a younger brother. We're about 10 years apart. We knew where they were, but like we weren't taught how to use them. We weren't. I mean, they were kept unloaded. The ammo was clear across the room from the fucking gun, which was in a locked box, and all this other bullshit. And it's like we never needed to use them. But then I think back on stuff like that, and I'm like, even if we had to, like, you never would have gotten to it, in time. And then years later, I get shot. I mean, we got like shot at. We were driving through Casey in somewhere around sort of like north the northern area of South Carolina. In fuck, why do I want to say Clemson? Not Clemson. USC. Um, Sort of around that area. It's a big college town, but there's a couple areas outside of the actual college town that are just shitty. And like I kind of lived there for a while. I bounced around with people. When I was homeless, I squatted there for a little while. And yeah, at one point, we were driving around, and somebody was shooting like across a park, and there ended up being like two bullets stuck in. One was in the tire, and one was in the rear well, like a foot away from where I was sitting. Like I actually felt the impact where I was sitting in the car, and like it didn't punch through because I suppose it was probably far enough away, but like it was a near miss. Um, and I mean I've lived in a couple places that weren't great, and the more it happened, and like the more run-ins I had with stuff like that, I was just like, I don't understand why people wouldn't want to have a way to defend themselves. Like I understand that like they're not exactly approachable at first for a lot of people, especially if you've had more of a sheltered lifestyle and stuff like that. But like the fact of the matter is like having one, if you are responsible with it, you train with it, you know how to break it down, you know how to clean it, you know how to fix it. It's your gun, it's your rifle. I don't see this being a bad thing. Like people should be armed.
Well,
People are like, you want everybody.
one of the funniest bits about it is this demand that gun licenses or gun permits require a safety class or like
Oh
a
God.
a proficiency class, and which I question. The immediate question that comes to my mind is, how is this gonna make it so that less people die from gun violence?
Yeah. I
Like,
mean,
so let's say a person wants to buy a gun for nefarious purposes, and then we make sure that he's extremely well qualified to use that gun, in
right.
terms of accuracy and all that. And then
You've basically trained them efficiently. Well, and that's the thing that nobody really seems to point out too often is, they keep asking like how do these like specifically mass shooters keep getting guns? And it's like, well, they have no criminal background. So a background check is not going to do fucking shit. Um and if all you're requiring really is background check and then some training, you're literally just training somebody on how to be a more efficient killer, which if you're a person without nefarious purposes is great. But if you're somebody who's planning on committing a mass shooting, you're just teaching him what to do.
and that brings up the point is that gun is the only personal weapon that puts a 100-pound woman on equal footing with a 220-pound mugger, or
And I mean, it's
75-year-old
absolutely true.
retiree on equal footing with a 19-year-old gangbanger.
Yeah. I mean, if you're expecting people to physically to physically fight their attackers, it's like if you're a 250-pound dude, that's really easy to sit around and talk about that. You're talking about like a 98-pound girl who's getting raped in her apartment. Um, I mean, how is that not a callous dismissal of the fact that some people are just not physically able to defend themselves? And the fact that much larger attackers target people that are weak. They are not going to target somebody that they do not think they have an advantage over.
No,
I mean,
that's why most of them run fucking as fast as they can. Like, just you did not know that people travel as fast as a fucking criminal once they discover that their victim has a gun.
absolutely.
Like, they
I mean, don't
fucking tear out of there.
yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't want to fight somebody with a knife. I've been slashed with a bottle, and that fucking sucks.
Oh yeah.
I would rather be shot than stabbed. I would not want to fight somebody with a knife, but I absolutely wouldn't. Well, I mean, you don't have the option with somebody with a gun. I mean, the whole point is unless you can
Distance,
close the
yeah.
distance real fast, it's over. Like it's over. Don't even give them the opportunity to get close to you. And it's like, yeah, of
And
course,
this is, I think, one thing that the gun rights proponents need to drive home as much as possible, that that victims use, or that people would be victims use guns all the fucking time, and that by
absolutely,
disarming them, you are enabling attackers. You are enabling the stronger and more violent amongst our society to victimize and to exploit the weaker and more vulnerable in our society. That's
absolutely,
what outlawing guns does, because those people who want to do harm on other people, one, if they're more physically capable of doing that, then right away they already have the balance tipped in their scale. But two is that the motherfuckers like that don't follow gun laws. Like,
no,
I've been to jail. I've talked with gangbangers and fucking criminals and criminal elements of society, and grow up in like the ghetto and shit. And when they talk about, like, when I've talked to them about getting a gun, when I'm like, yo, can you hook it up with a fucking gun? Legality does not enter into the fucking conversation.
well, no, and I mean, fundamentally, you're talking about the function of laws in the first place. They are punitive. They are not preventative. The only way that they become preventative is that the person committing the act believes that they're going to be caught, and like, eh, I mean, that's just
If
that
famous
the
rappers have
idea that
illegal
somebody's gonna
guns,
commit well, plus it's like the idea that somebody's gonna commit a crime that they believe that they're not going to get away with is hilariously stupid to me. It's like, no, people commit these crimes because they believe they can get away with them,
with
and
the
9 times out of 10
expectation that they're not going to go
they
away for it.
can. Yeah, so like the idea that the law is going to, I mean, just the idea that, oh, well, you're going to go to prison for life if you commit this mass shooting. It's like this motherfucker is planning on killing as many people as possible. He doesn't care. He doesn't fucking care about a slap on the wrist for, illegally purchasing the firearm. He's going to jail forever for killing 14 people. That's not going to stop your average mass shooter. It's just not.
And this kind of stuff has been validated and confirmed. There've been
Over
surveys.
and over and over and over again, exhaustively.
There's
And
been
that's, I mean,
surveys of felons in prison who are asked about their violent crimes and are asked, do laws deter you from getting guns? How did you get a gun to carry out your crime? And they're like, yeah, we just fucking get the shit. Like, we don't give a fuck about what law says for us are able to do or not able to do. Do you target places where you think that person won't have a gun? Hell fucking yeah, we do. Are you hesitant, or yeah, or do you shy away from victimizing people that you know have a gun to shoot you back? They're like, yeah, we're not gonna fucking rob a motherfucker with a gun. We target people who we think don't have guns, and if we think that they do, well, we're not as ready to do that.
softer
Like,
target. You pick a
this
softer target.
this is very obvious fucking shit, because criminals are people too. They value their own lives to a certain extent. they're much more reckless with their lives than most normal people. But at the same time, like, yeah, you've seen it where like they'll break into a place and then somebody has a gun there and they tear off in the opposite direction as fast as possible, humanly possible. Their buddy got shot. Fuck that guy. We're out of here. Suddenly they're very fucking aware of their own mortality and what they need to do to retain it, right, and to preserve it. And yeah, armed people, they don't like to fuck around with armed. I mean, who the fuck does? Very fucking. And so yeah, gun rights benefit the innocent, benefit those who want to
They
and
benefit the physically weaker. Like I see a lot of this, like people are specifically talking about, we've got to protect the most vulnerable. I'm like, yeah, that's the fucking point, dude. That's part of the reason why I mean, it's obviously a topic I'm passionate about. That's the point. Like that's exactly the point. It's people not being victimized. Like you are creating a society that encourages people to be victimized, or at least encourages people to commit crimes against the physically weaker, or
it
just
creates soft
yeah,
targets and then creates crosshairs for people to dive in on.
absolutely. And again, it's like we've seen it over and over and over again. You can point it out as many times until you're fucking blue in the face that places where people are generally disarmed, or places that are soft targets, are the places where these people target. They know there's nobody there that's going to shoot them. And then they point out like armed security and shit. I'm like, they're not afraid of some fucking sleepy mall cop. They're not afraid of them. Like that, they know that that guy is probably close to retirement. Nothing ever happens there. He's not paying attention, and they'll probably be able to take him out. The person they're worried about is the guy that they don't know is armed. The dude that's gonna pop them before they have a chance to react.
And I didn't actually, I should have pulled it up, but there was one uh talking point that commonly spread around. So the conservative or the pro gun talking point is that like upwards of 90% of mass shooting occur in gun zones. And then there's like an alternative, like a counter or debunking of that point that's been circulating around the past couple, that there was some study or some list or something created that, oh no, these gun rights activists are actually wrong, that like the majority of mass shootings occur in gun-free zones, or they're trying to argue against that and say that they don't. But of course what they do is expand the definition of shooting to the point includes a lot of other sorts of incidents that people don't usually think of when they hear the words mass. And so that's
Shooting, right?
that's a good, like, another segue or a good thing to talk about is the disinformation when it comes to discussing the prevalence or the frequency of quote unquote mass shooting. What the fuck is a mass shooting? What does it even mean? Now, for most of us, it means something like an Aurora, Colorado, a Columbine, Pulse, Florida, Pulse nightclub in Florida, Virginia Tech.
An instance where a person specifically targets a place. They go in and they're shooting indiscriminately. Their goal is to kill or injure as many people as possible. Now, what their specific motivation usually is differs, but at that moment, what they're trying to do is kill as many people as possible. That's colloquially what it's understood to be.
Yeah, and the thing is, even that definition, different events that have unrelated motives, unrelated causes, they're all lumped in together. Even with that stricter like idea of what a mass shooting is, there's no single solution that's going to cure those mass shootings, even that stricter definition. But then we have like geniuses over at the Gun Violence Archive. Let me actually look it up. Oh no, I did. Okay, here we go. Gun Violence Archive, methodology and reasoning. So Mass shootings are, for the most part, an American phenomenon. Actually, stop it right there. Let's before we go even further,
Not
let's
the first sentence, they're already lying. That's incredible.
yeah. Let me. So the thing is that for oh, actually, let's go a little bit further. So while they are generally grouped together as one type of incident, they are several with a foundational definition being that they have a minimum of 4 victims shot, either injured or killed, not including any shooter who may have also been killed in the incident. And yeah,
Strictly speaking, they don't count the actual shooter, like whether or not they're killed or not, as part of the body. Which I mean, you wouldn't. That makes sense.
no, and but uh they don't parse the data or parse the list for motives. It's like regardless of motive, regardless of context, regardless of situation, if 4 people were injured by a gun, then it
A
counts.
guy offs, his 4 members of his family and then shoots himself. That is literally, by that definition, considered a mass shooting. But
He
it's
doesn't
not.
even
Not
have
the
to
way that
kill
we
them.
understand.
He can just shoot all 4 of them in the
Right.
leg.
And it's not the way that we understand this to mean. It's not a person going indiscriminately into a place to kill a bunch of people. That's literally just like domestic violence. I mean, that's what it falls under. It's still terrible. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that it's well, this is a little better. Like, it's still terrible, but it's not a mass shooting. And they use these specific instances to inflate things. The same way they use instances where a person commits suicide in a school parking lot and they count it as a school shooting because it's a shooting at a school. They do this bait and switch with this wordplay. They understand that you say school shooting and people are immediately going to think, okay, armed gunman going into a school, shooting at people, not a depressed individual ends his life in an empty parking lot.
Yeah,
And they know
and
that. They don't
again, so
explain it. They just
yeah,
throw that number in there.
the reason for our nitpicking what the definition is and why we want to exclude some of these instances from being counted as mass shooting is not because we don't think that those incidents deserve attention or merit or they are justified in happening or we don't give a fuck about the reason why they're happening is because the types of solutions or the type of outrage that is generated from in a mass shooting list totally misses the point of what caused that incident, right? Like the idea that like
Good.
the idea that like the Pulse nightclub shooting and some guy shooting up his family and then committing suicide, they have similar origins or the similar causes or that they were both enabled by gun rights laws is just it's absurd. Like if that guy
Right.
wanted to kill
And
his
then, of
entire
course,
family, I don't know that like not being able to acquire a gun would have solved things.
no, absolutely, and that's the thing is that they're saying that by lumping all these together and saying they have similar causes, they're lumping them all together and saying they have similar solutions, and it's like no, the guy who killed himself in a parking lot would not have been saved by gun control. He would have been saved by somebody fucking noticing literally anything that was going on in this guy's life and then saying something to him. It's a social problem. It has nothing to do with guns. Like, this guy was
And
depressed. He
that's the
chose.
key right there, or that's the crux of it is that we want to address violence from the origin that it comes from, right? Where it's usually societally based or culturally, right? That like trends happen on either an individual basis in terms of like psychological trauma or psychological imbalance in a general sense, and then they also happen on the cultural level in terms of being raised in a certain a culture where violence is the norm or where problems are solved through violence versus a culture where problems are solved through interpersonal like, interaction and solving the mutually. And so
Right.
addressing the sources of violence in cultural or psychological origins does far more to lower than just banning a particular type of weapon.
See, that's difficult, right? I mean, that's why I mean, that's a big reason I think why you have all these Democrat controlled city. I mean, I'm not saying that it's exclusive to one political party or the other. I don't believe that um, by any means. But there's a reason why there's all these Democrat controlled cities that are just absolutely fucking drowning in gun crime. I mean, just crime in general, like violent crime in general, but like gun crime especially. And the solution always presented is gun control, like it's going to stop it. And I honestly, one of the biggest reasons I feel like that is because they understand that to socially, um, or to tackle the issue from a social perspective is so much harder than just enacting sweeping gun control laws and wiping your hands and calling it done. Because then you have to start addressing the root of all these problems, and usually they're multifaceted, and they're complicated. I mean, people are multifaceted; they're complicated. You can't just have a catch-all solution to something like this. It doesn't work.
Yeah, actually, sorry.
No, you're
Yeah,
okay.
but that brings up this book that I recently finished, Thomas Sowell's Black Rednecks and White Liberals. And the whole premise of the book, or like kind of overarching theme, is that crime rates within a population aren't due to what that population was, like the rules that that population was living under, versus the culture that pop and that black ghetto culture. Like, one of the main things is that black ghetto culture, urban ghetto culture, didn't come from black people, or it didn't come from Africa, or it didn't come from black society. It actually came from redneck culture, and that, like, black slaves in the South that were raised among white rednecks integrated that sort of kind of culture into their culture. And that, so at that
Right.
time in the mid 19th century, white rednecks were looked upon like you'd think a racist white person would look on black, right? That white rednecks were considered more lazier. They were considered more violent. They were considered sexually promiscuous, and just generally more morally degenerate. Okay, these were all labels and partially true, things about white redneck culture at the time, which is what Southern blacks were raised amongst, right? And that white redneck culture came from rural uh, rural Englishmen and Britons, right? In terms of like rural England in the north, Scotland, bordered with time. Those people had this lower class, rural, quote unquote, cracker culture. Because cracker, like, people would say that the term cracker came from whip crackers, slave owners, but it actually predated all crackers. There's white crackers in England, so this was a label, kind of a existed white slave owner in America thing.
Okay,
English,
now that
uh,
I know.
yeah, there was English, rural English, Britons, Scottish, were considered crackers. It's in England, Britain, and so yeah, it does not actually have a connection. That's just kind of a false etymological origin. But anyway, so that's what he talks about in this book. That kind of cultural standard of violence, sexual promiscuity, not being as entrepreneurial, in terms of their all that stuff came from rural English culture and Scottish culture. And then what happens in a lot of times is that when that culture is transplanted into a new place, the place where that culture originated then develops on from. And so in rural England and in Scotland, people developed more, and they, for lack of a better, became more civilized. They lost redneck culture had been that had existed at the time, and then where that culture transplanted into the states, it flourished, grew more so place of origin. And so we can, and he talks about not only behavior wise drug use, it also manifests in just language. Okay, so Ebonics, American vernacular called, was not a relic of African linguistics in any sense. It was so, like, for example, instead of saying like I am doing this, you are doing this, it's like I be walking, or I be doing this, or it's like the convention of doing that came from rural England, that came from Scotland, and so even Ebonics as we understand today, those linguistic conventions came from England. It didn't come from Africa. so so it's a very interesting.
Specifically, yeah, it seems like it's more of a, it's like, okay, this is not just a tradition of like one specific race or anything like that. This is just like poor people.
Yeah, well, and so this idea
Um,
that like the African, like, bad English. So this is what it is. It's bad English grammar, right? So that it
right.
should be preserved as some sort of like African variant of English, of some dialect that should be considered just as valid as proper English because it's from African American people or something. No, no, no. It was just rural whites who had shitty English, who came over to the southern United States, and then they transferred over their shitty English conventions, the black slave population at the time. And what changed that was education. And so, and then it also talks about other minority groups like Jews and Germans and their Lebanese, medians, and basically their history, where they were how they were perceived in their world, and how this can be parallels blacks were viewed in the United States versus other minorities, Chinese, the Japanese became very successful versus weren't as successful, despite the fact that the Chinese and the Japanese had very clear uh, disadvantages, just as blacks did. There wasn't like they were like the favored minorities or anything. So it's a very interesting
Right.
breaking down how culture is connected to crime and to racial outcomes, rather than just racism. But yeah,
Okay.
very good book. I forget why it was connected to. You're talking about culture. It's important.
Yeah.
Then that what was the okay, gun violence archive, right? Mass shootings, killed. And so what kind of incidents are in the gun violence archive? What sort of what are these mass shootings looking at listed? Well, one of them is that 4 people were injured in a shooting, but were have non-life threatening injuries, and it was just like a random shooting on a street, right? And so like this is the sort of thing that's versus what we think about mass shooting for Colorado, Columbine, a gunman or a set of gun people go with gun people. They're trying to kill as many people as possible. They don't give a fuck about who you are.
Right.
Yeah, so that's what like a mass shooting, like that's the image that is induced. Say the words mass shooting versus
Right.
what
Versus what's actually happening.
the gun violence archive says.
Is the broadest definition that they could possibly. I mean, it's the widest net they could possibly cast, and they do it on purpose. I mean, the gun violence archive is y- they're not independent. They're regularly cited by the Brady campaign. They're regularly cited by Moms Demand Action. They're regularly cited by Everytown, and these are all arms of the Bloomberg gun control lobby, which pours millions upon millions of dollars into anti-gun advocacy every year. And like, I fucking hate the NRA. Don't get me started on the NRA. I can't fucking stand the NRA. But the amount of money that these massive lobbies pour into their anti-gun rights campaigns is, I mean, it dwarfs anything that the NRA manages to put together every year. Like, people are always talking about how the NRA is like the biggest gun lobby, blah blah blah. I can't fucking stand the NRA. I like FPC, the Firearms Policy Coalition. They do a lot of good work. They actually do a lot of the legal legwork for overturning a lot of the stuff. Chances are that if something got overturned, it was them. They do a ton of work. I really enjoy their advocacy. I follow their stuff on Instagram and stuff. Um, they're the they're the fuck you no group. Like, that's their thing. Like, they basically follow the same thought process that I do. That any gun law is an infringement. Um, of rights. And but I mean, it's, they're not independent, and so yeah, they cast this net incredibly wide as they possibly can in order to catch as many instances as they possibly can. And it's like, here's one where four people managed to get shot. The guy who was shooting was only aiming at one person who had stole his cocaine, but he managed to accidentally shoot three other people. Therefore, this is a mass shooting. And it's like, no, you can't call this a mass shooting because the solution is not the same. His problem is completely different from somebody who walks into a mall and starts indiscriminately shooting people. You are not going to solve the problem with the same solution. They don't even have the same fucking cause.
Yeah, well, I mean, so
So
it's like you can consistently call, these instances mass shootings, but then you lose the
right,
usefulness that
right.
that
It doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
that talking about these incidents together uh
The
elicits.
classification is so incredibly vague that you can't have a conversation about it that goes anywhere
Well,
because
the only
you're
purpose
starting
is to
from.
just drive up outrage.
Exactly. I mean, that's it. That's the whole purpose. It's propaganda. That's what these places are. I mean, Everytown, Moms Demand Action, Gun Violence Archive, like the Wear Orange. It's literally just propaganda. It's a massive propaganda campaign, and their only job is to obfuscate as much as possible the actual issue in order to elicit an emotional response from people who otherwise live very sheltered and safe lives, because most of us do. And I mean, not that I'm not appreciative of it, but most of us do live very sheltered lives. And like, let's be honest, the people who are contributing the most money, their target audience for these causes are sheltered, affluent uh, people who don't experience violence in their everyday lives.
No,
I mean, they're certainly not targeting somebody like me. Like, they're going to target somebody who had a very sheltered, upbringing, and has probably at least heard about gun violence, but they've never been experienced any themselves, or they're certainly never been in a situation where they have needed to defend their life with deadly force. I mean,
and
as
so these
often as it
urbanites
does
who
happen.
outsource their protection to the police, outsource their protection to private security, and they live in, relative safety, that they mockingly, right, like deride people like us who say, okay, we need guns for protection. It's like, well, I'm safe, I've never needed a gun for anything before in my life. Like, well, I mean,
Be nice.
how, yeah, it must be nice. And how well does that fucking work when you're making that argument for like racism or like any other fucking societal, like, malady that you care about? It's like, well, I can find people who didn't suffer from that, therefore it's just not a fucking problem.
Well,
It's
it's really shallow like justification. It's like from my perspective, I think I posted about it somewhere too. Actually, I know I did. If I use the exact same baseline of evidence that your average anti-gun prog uses, that like the absence of or sorry, the laws that dictate the absence of guns guarantees that there are no guns and there's no gun crime, it's like cool. I have a rifle every single day of my life, probably 10 to 15 feet away from me at any given time. I have a rifle every single day. And no mass shootings have ever occurred around me. Therefore, I can conclude that I've prevented every single mass shooting that could have possibly happened because they're just not happening. Yeah, must be the solution. Like if there's gun laws that say that you can't have guns, and in England they don't have shootings, well, it must be the gun laws, not because people are just not trying to fucking shoot each other. They're finding other ways to kill each other. Like you haven't
and I think
stopped
the last mass
the
shooting
violence.
that just happened maybe a day or so. I think it was in Philadelphia. Well, the again labeled
There was
mass
a
shooting.
shooting in Germany a week before the one in Texas. The big high profile, the cops didn't do anything to stop them shooting. There was a shooting in Germany a week before. Fucking Germany. Like which as far as I know has very strict gun laws
I mean, obviously Mexico has shootings all the fucking time. They have strict
all the
gun
time.
they have strict gun control. They have
They
three
have
times
extremely strict
they have three
gun
times the
control.
amount of gun murders, specifically gun murders that we
If I'm not
have
mistaken, too, the only place that they can buy guns is from a specific armory on a military base, and that's the only place that
in
they can
Mexico City.
legally,
Yeah.
yeah, legally purchase a gun. And it's like, so where the fuck are the cartels getting them from?
And
Like
and then the
us. I
obvious
mean,
like the
us. They're getting. Let's be
defense.
honest. Our government is selling them to them under the pretense of tracking guns. You remember that?
Fast and Furious. Yeah,
Man.
that's yeah. That
Oh man.
how quickly that was just swept under the fucking.
And then one of them was used to kill some. What was it? A foreign dignitary of some kind.
I think it was
It was a while
American
ago.
law enforcement, if I remember correct.
They used to kill somebody, and it ended up being one of the fucking guns that we sold in order to quote unquote track them and
Track.
catch
Yeah.
the cartels. And then they lost all of them. And it's like cool. So the government has effectively become an arms dealer. Like when can I become an arms dealer
Well,
with
if
impunity?
you're selling to Saudi, who is then arming Al Qaeda, you can actually just commit straight up, treason, right? Because
Oh
normally
yeah.
for normal people like you and I, giving guns to Islamic terrorists who sign a blood oath to Ayman al-Zawahiri,
Huge no. That'll get you a tenor in
well,
Gitmo.
that's high treason. Obama does it. It's another day in the White House.
Like I would fucking disappear.
But yeah, so again, another like what I have pulled up on the screen is another quote unquote mass shooting according to the Gun Violence Archive, and it's three different suspects, being taken in custody over a shooting where at 2 a.m. and what is it? Two people were shot or were shot dead. Another two people were shot and expected to survive. It's like some argument or some bullshit, where multiple people shooting at each other at a nightclub. That's considered the same as like a guy carrying a rifle into a movie theater, mowing down as many people as in that.
Right.
And I don't know, so that leads me into another
Like
thing: rifle, right? Assault rifle, assault weapons. Great fucking topic because it's just this area of misinformation and of obfuscation of definitions. You talk about automatic weapons, and I remember I had this argument on a friend of mine from high
thematic weapons.
school, and I was like, listen, man, like you guys are hacking on this sort of automatic weapon thing, and most of these rifles are not automatic. They're only semi-automatic. And the problem is that
Right.
semi-automatic doesn't sound good to an anti-gunner because they have no idea what semi-automatic means. Right? They just hear automatic in the definition and they're like, only kind of automatic? Well, that seems terrible. And that was the thing that I told him in the comments. I was like, okay, semi-automatics. Like, so your only problem is that semi-automatics are available? Well, I think that semi-automatics are bad. And I told him, I was like, okay, can you do me a favor real quick? Can you look up the definition of semi-automatic? And
I
then,
think people realize how broad of a definition that is too. Like, I mean, your average shotgun is semi-automatic.
yeah,
They don't get that though.
and so suddenly it was like a more uh, uh, subdued sort of opposition. It was like, oh, well, so is your problem that semi-automatics are included in these gun restrictions? And I'm like, well, no, no, no. They were designed for semi-automatics. It's not just like some loophole of the law that like, oh, we're trying to ban automatics, and then oh, we accidentally made it with semi-automatics too. It was like, no, 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 no. The people, when they don't understand what the definitions of the fucking laws or of the guns that they're trying to pass laws on, they're trying to restrict semi-automatics as if they were automatics. And you are the prime example of not understanding that distinction. And suddenly he was like, oh, he didn't really have a
I mean, even then,
response.
it's like I wish we could have fully automatic firearms. Sounds great. Like fuck Ronald Reagan. Fuck Ronald Reagan. Because I'm legitimately pissed off that the NFA is a thing, and that the up until I think the NFA was passed. Well, maybe not necessarily the NFA, but for a quite a large, proportionally large part of history, your average person, civilian, whatever you want to call them, had access to the exact same firearms and weapons, honestly, cannons and shit, as the military did. And that was the point. Like, yeah, we can own the exact same thing that they can. And, like, that was never questioned until a certain point in history. Um, and then they did absolutely everything they could to, kind of get away from that. But, like, the idea was that we were supposed to be um, on the same level as the military. Like, if we're gonna have a stand, and I mean, I get that the Constitution ideally is should work a certain way. I don't feel like it does, but I understand the logic behind it. That if they were going to have a standing military, that we should be able to then resist violently, if need be, that military, because that military, uh, maybe it is made up of individuals. They are trained, they are ordered by the state, they are controlled by the state, um, they are state enforcers, and people should have the firepower to resist if they needed to. I mean, and people that think that that's some kind of revelation. I'm like, do you? I mean, this is basic fucking history. The people that wrote this document just finished fighting a war against an oppressive state. Why the fuck
This is
would they
super
then
basic
write a
American
document?
civics.
Yeah. Why the fuck would they then write a document that specifically prohibits I mean, don't get me wrong. Like it did end up eventually getting that way. They made a lot of mistakes. They did. They made a lot of mistakes. Um, Personally, I think that things would have gone a lot better if all the Federalists had just died in some kind of mysterious accident. Um, I understand that that's kind of painting things with a broad brush, but it's ancient history at this point. But the idea was that people absolutely should be armed exactly the same way that the military is. The military should at no point have access to firearms that were forbidden to citizens, because then what was the fucking point in the first place? Like, the Second Amendment was, for all of its faults, was not written just specifically for people to be able to cap an average burglar breaking into their home. The Second Amendment was specifically written as a prescription against tyranny, for the people to be able to, yes, fucking kill their government if they needed to. And like that sounds horrifying to us because we live in such a we have a standard of living that's much higher. We don't have to do these kind of things, or at least we've been told that we don't have to do these kind of things. But back then they didn't think anything else of it. Like they
That
absolutely
actually
would have
speaks
violently revolted by
that
now.
speaks to something very, very important because one of the um prime strategies of an authoritarian society is to give its subjects comfort and complacency, right?
Absolutely, bread and circuses. Yeah.
And to make sure that its citizens are comfortable with their oppression, and
Right.
and to view freedom as dangerous and as undesirable because it sheds the protection of the state to you. And so
Absolutely.
this is a prime like strategy for authoritarians and for people who want to subvert your rights and to whittle away at your rights, is to make the argument that you're better off without them, right? That you don't need them. That we as a society have moved beyond the need for personal liberty, and fuck that shit. Like,
Yeah. Oh,
frankly,
absolutely.
y'all can eat a dick when you're making that argument, because ultimately, like, the safety, like, my safety, your safety, it's people try to make this argument or paint this picture as like, oh, it's super
We're too
selfish.
civilized. We're too civilized now to need to do this kind of thing. That it was savage.
And
Um,
you're wanting to retain your personal individual rights is selfish, right? And is anti society. And to which I say, yeah, because I'm me and y'all aren't me. Y'all are not interested in protecting me and my rights. Y'all are interested in protecting society and fucking, a community and all that. But like, I can get fucked in that scenario, right? Y'all don't give a like you. If you want to fuck me over for the what you call the betterment of society, then I just got to sit there and take it. Unless I got a gun. And so, you're like, why do you want to retain your weapons and your guns so much? It's because y'all don't give a fuck about me. I give a fuck about me. And so I'm going to make sure that my rights and my interests are preserved.
right. And I mean, I also think that's a large part of it. It's like, if you and I mean, it's true. Like, this is an argument that gets a lot of people get confused about this argument, or they just kind of get the wrong idea. So your average family, if you're talking about an instance in which, and it's very most basic definition, uh, most families are what you could argue communist. You could argue that a nuclear family operates on the idea of communism, mutual welfare, mutual exchange, people working together communally, for the benefit of the group. But it makes sense in a small group like that because you know those people, you live with those people, and what benefits them actually does benefit you. There's also the human connection. You are more willing to compromise because you trust that person is also going to compromise and meet you in the middle and not fuck you in the ass. Whereas when people try to make this argument that you need to give up things for the good of society, I don't fucking know 99.99999% of those people, and I have no reason to trust them or give up anything for those people. They don't know me, I don't know them. And this diminishing return, the larger the group gets, it doesn't actually do anything for me. If anything, I'm losing so that somebody else can benefit, and there is no reciprocal benefit to me at all.
Well, and
And it sounds,
your
you
capacity
know,
for abstaining, right? For opting out is severely diminished when you're part of
severely,
like,
I'd say it's almost non-existent at
yeah,
this
well,
point.
yeah,
Like, there is no way
exactly.
to opt out.
And
You
so like
can't.
when
You're
you
not
try to
allowed
solve
to.
things on like a communal or like a societal basis, any individual person who wishes to opt out or to preserve their own will is immediately pushed out. And in terms of like property, right? Like if you're part of a society where individualism and individual ownership is prevalent, um yeah, there is the solution of like fucking move out and find someplace else to live. But the only difference
Sure.
is that all you need to do is find another area and convince somebody to like sell you their property and their land. Whereas like in certain state situation, you don't really have anywhere to go, right? They have an arbitrary monopoly on what land it owns, and you are simply subject to those claims. Whereas like
We've also seen what happens to people who try to opt out. I mean, It's happened several times. We
Yeah,
get
you
the
got
picture.
the
Now,
Bundys, you got
the Weavers,
Weavers. Yeah, exactly.
Randy Weaver. I mean, we understand now exactly what happens when people opt out, and I think, I mean, this is kind of a off topic, but I think it's really interesting how you can see the fundamental split in ideologies where people, whether or not you think that that's a good thing. Um, some people do think it's a good thing that if you try to opt out, that you will be punished. Um,
That you will
Often
be
extremely harshly, that you will be, brought under control because stepping out threatens the collective.
you'll be shoved back
Whereas
into
other
line.
right, and if you can't be shoved back in the line, then they'll just get rid of you. Um, and those are the people that I highly, highly distrust. I mean, I just, I fundamentally cannot trust you once I understand that that's your perspective of things. Now, whether or not a person can be talked out of that is something else entirely, whether or not you think it's, worth talking a person out of that. But like generally speaking, if I meet a person that I mean, even what happened to the Branch Davidians, like I understand that what was happening was it was a cult. But I also understand that a large amount of those people that died were completely innocent. I mean, there was a very small group of people that were controlling most of that, and the rest of them were honestly staying in order to try to save their friends and family who were also trapped in this cult. A lot of them were parents that were staying because they had daughters that this guy had brainwashed. And the rest of them were fucking children who you can't fault for anything. So regardless of whether or not I agree with the ideology or anything that was going on with the Branch Davidians, the fact of the matter is that they were exterminated by the state. And it's not like they didn't have the option to do literally anything else that didn't do that. They chose to exterminate those people. And I mean, if that's not
And how are those
convincing,
officers punished? How are
yeah.
those
I mean, the only
that law
ones that I
enforcement
feel
groups
were the only
actually
ones that I feel were
consequences that or
adequately punished were the guys that were fucking shot, when it was happening. Um, but
the
everybody
branch
else, I mean, look,
the
like
branch
even
Davidians was when they went through the second story window where the fire was, right? Or was that
they were trying to, yeah. And then what they did is they specifically, and this is I will
because
admit
I
that
remember he's like backing out because he got shot and there was the officer down
yeah.
memes for it.
And I mean, this could be hearsay, but people have talked about the fact that like they specifically cut the power, and they knew that the Branch Davidians would then use candles in order to have light, and then they used gas grenades that were flammable. They knew that they were flammable, and they fucking burned all of these people to death. And then they both basically were just like, "Oops."
Yeah,
And then David
did you ever
Chapman,
see
uh,
the Netflix fucking show that was like the fictionalized
I remember
story?
when the show aired, I watched it. It pissed me off. I had a lot of arguments with people about it because they were like, "No, no, 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 no. This is defensible." And I'm like, "All right, motherfucker.
Fuck
You want to
that.
try to defend this? You want to try to defend this? Go ahead, because I will walk all up and down your ass all day. You do not get to justify the death of a whole bunch of innocent people because you feel that ideologically they are not somebody that you want to stand beside. It's like, listen, I have plenty of arguments with people on the internet constantly. I think that the average communist is a dipshit. But if he just gets like murdered in his home by a bunch of police and he wasn't hurting anybody, that's wrong. It's wrong. It doesn't change the fact that it's fucking wrong, and it doesn't matter that the Branch Davidians were crazy people, like they were, but some of them weren't. Actually, a lot of them weren't, and you can't say, well, they all deserve to die because of this. It's like, no, they were fucking exterminated. And whether or not you believe that what they were doing was wrong, or whether or not they deserve to go to jail, they could have taken that guy anytime they wanted to. He went out jogging every day. They could
Yeah,
have literally
and
pulled up in a fucking panel van.
the ambiguity, like what I call the ambiguity of the externalities, right? Like the inability for the police to predict how many like how much collateral damage would be incurred from their actions, right? The ignorance of how wide the damage that they very obviously dealt. would affect others does not exempt them from the culpability of those
No, it
actions,
absolutely does not. No, it absolutely does not. You
because it
can't
never fucking has
you
for
don't
anybody. Like
no, it never
at no
does. You
point.
don't get to say yeah, exactly. You don't get to say that, that you didn't "Oh, I didn't know what would happen," and get away with it. Like, that's just not how it fucking works, and it especially shouldn't work for people who are working for the state, who have access to, this unlimited budget and fucking firepower that we don't, and they
And
have all
very
this
clearly had
power.
alternative means to end the situation. Like it's another
Absolutely
like
had alternative means.
another nail in the coffin is the fact is like they were not forced into this situation. They were not backed into a
No,
corner to
at
carry
no
out,
point.
to burn that fucking place to the ground. Like this should not have happened.
It
And
absolutely should not have happened. And again, you always get into these stupid fucking arguments with people that are saying like, "Oh, well, they were crazy," I'm like,
I don't
regardless,
give a
that
fuck.
does not it doesn't fucking matter whether or not you think that the cultists, were bad people. They absolutely could have been, but there were so many innocent people that fucking died, and it's like they didn't deserve it.
So
Like, how do you
so
justify this?
it's just amazing that you have to reiterate that like rights are predicated on our humanity and whether we're aggressing on innocent parties. So every fucking buddy, no matter how stupid, no matter how fucking crazy, um, you don't get to dictate what rights they have unless they're in the process of violating somebody else's rights.
You're
And
not
so,
gonna gotcha me with this shit. It's just not gonna work. It doesn't work on me. I'm not as stupid and gullible as the people who are making the argument. I mean,
and this is why I like being an atheist or non-religious person in these arguments, especially when large majority of the people who are quote unquote on our side are religious, is that a lot of these leftist progs try to pretend that only like Christian conservatives are their enemy or are their opposition. And I come out of the woodworks like, motherfucker, you don't have shit. Like if your only argument is against Christian progs, then you have nothing when it comes to me.
you're gonna have a bad time. Like, you're gonna have a really fucking bad time because, like, my belief in human rights is not necessarily predicated on a higher power. It's only predicated on the fact that you are a human being with natural rights that you had from the moment you were born. It has nothing to do with a higher power or a specific religious belief system. It's like I just believe that it's ethically wrong to violate people's rights regardless of their ideology.
And this idea of natural rights seems to pass a lot of people I like go over their fucking heads. And one thing actually I take from that feminists against feminism on Tumblr, RIP,
Yeah.
they were a good source.
Yeah.
That they talked about one thing that I thought was a really good point was this idea that like we can all identify that wolf territory is a very real concept, right? Like a very real like wolf territory is in one sense like a mental construction of the wolves. You know what I mean? Like it's a something that exists within the mind of a wolf, but it's also physically manifest. Like it's a real
Right.
thing that like once a wolf chooses a territory, it is tantamount to ownership the way that you and I view ownership in certain ways. And so rights, uh, natural rights, can be logically deduced even from looking at the animal kingdom in isolation from humans. And
Right.
outside of humans, natural rights is a concept that justified or explored amongst the animal kingdom without humans even introduced into the situation.
Well, absolutely, and I mean that's the basis of natural rights is that they don't exist because a specific government or a specific ideology has acknowledged them. They exist because I mean I mean they exist. Like, that's it.
Well,
I
it
mean
is the
a
nature. So what it means is that as is the nature of how we operate intellectually as a species, right? And one of the things that we do is that we intellectually control our own body. And this is exclusive to each individual. You cannot control mine in the same sense that I control mine. You can use force to quote unquote convince me to carry out your will, right? But in a very real sense, is that like I am. It is a literal and physical violation of my um independent control over myself. And so
Right.
to use violence against a person to subvert their will is in a very real and literal sense a violation of their humanity and a
Right.
violation of the concept of ownership. And then so
And
from that very basic notion, we can then deduce and expand upon the notion of self-ownership to the ownership of property, to own guns, all that other value. Is that it all stems and is justified and produced through the initial action axiom of human self-ownership. Mises,
like,
uh,
I don't understand why that concept is so hard for people to accept. I mean, you're literally just telling them you own yourself. You own yourself. Your personhood is, I mean, you are your property. And
I mean, it partially comes from this idea that like people, the successes of and the failures of individuals is intricately tied to societal opportunity. Right? This is the idea, the Obama idea of like you didn't build that. You know,
yeah,
that was is that individuals think that they have freedom and self determination, but really it's society that determines their opportunities for them, and it's a pile of bullshit, fucking
absolutely a pile of
nonsense.
bullshit. You
And
think that more people would be pleased to know and understand um, that they own themselves. I mean, and I mean it's the mental disconnect. It's like my body, my choice, and it's like cool. Now do guns. Like, and they fucking short circuit every single time.
well,
Like they fucking
now do
short
guns
circuit.
in Ukraine.
Yeah,
Shit.
right. Jesus.
How do we square guns in Ukraine versus guns in the United States? And so this is
No,
what the White
you can't.
House had to say a couple days ago. 4 days ago, well, after the shooting in Texas, and of course the language cross your bio, innocent victim murdering classroom turned into a killing field.
Why do they have to editorialize this shit so much? Like it
Everyday
ugh.
places that have become killing fields, battlefields
And like
here in America.
don't tell me that Joe Biden wrote this either, because that man can't string two fucking sentences together. So some fucking intern.
Spouse, parent, a sibling, gone. Both places we spent hours, hundreds of family members who are broken, whose lives will never be the same. They had one message for all of us: do something. Just do something. For God's
Oh my
sakes, do
god,
something.
I get so fucking annoyed with this, and it's it pisses me off. Like it legitimately pisses me off. Do something, and they say it like it's got this heavy, incredible meaning to it, and I'm like, no, this is the hysterical reach of a bunch of people who are knee jerk reacting emotionally. It doesn't mean anything. Do something. Okay, what? You're not directing what you want done. Oh, and we know what they want done, but you're literally just saying, just do something. Like, let's not think it out too much. Let's not, actually try to approach the root of the issue or anything else. Let's literally just do something. And I mean, it's just desperation. It's people acting in desperate, and we know how well that always goes. People knee jerk reacting to something like this. somebody shoots up a mall and you restrict the natural rights of 320 million people who had nothing to do with it, is where do something gets us.
And so later on in the speech, he says, I want to be very clear. And when you know that a politician, especially a president, says, I want to be very
That
clear, the
they're
next
about to
sentence out of
be.
their fucking mouth is going to be an absolute fucking lie.
Oh, yeah.
And so, of course, the next sentence out of his mouth is, this is not about taking anyone's guns, away anyone's guns.
Bull fucking shit.
And
Bull fucking shit.
it's just insulting, right? It's just intellectually insulting for him to state this.
They all say it. That's what they all claim. Gun control does not mean a gun ban. And I'm like, fuck you. That's absolutely what it means. That's what it always means.
This isn't even as broad as this. This is not about taking away anyone's guns. It's like, you don't even believe that. You
No.
literally do not. You want to take away certain guns from people. That's the like. Come on.
That's the exact point. That's the exact point. Yeah.
Like, if you look at a mass shooting, you're like, the thing that would have solved this was gun control. What you're saying is that preventing that guy from having a gun would have solved the problem.
You're taking somebody's guns, but obviously the implicit lie here is that only the right guns will be taken away.
And for those of you people who legitimately, like, you don't need those types of guns because they're for nefarious reasons. They're nefarious guns. They're evil guns.
When the people sponsoring terrorism all over the world tell you that you don't need certain guns, you need those fucking guns. Sorry.
Yeah, I love Jedi Guru. Says 300 million guns are suddenly, quote unquote, stolen overnight after a gun ban goes into effect. Like, yeah, you're not getting the guns. Listen, this is the fact of the matter is that there's more guns than people here. And the people who have them aren't the type to just fucking hand them over.
No. I mean, absolutely some of them will. But, let's be honest here. At this point, any gun control that they attempt to enforce is not going to be unenforceable. The genie is out of the box. 3D printing is a thing, and they're not the little piddly one-shot guns anymore. You can 3D print a full AR-15. You should be able to print a full AR-15. I think it's amazing. And I'm not necessarily a person who's anti-technology. I mean, I think some of it's very useful. Some of it has been used for nefarious purposes to destroy people. But I think it's awesome. I mean, people have always been able to manufacture their own firearms, and this just expands that ability to the layman that does not have a working machine shop. And I think that's a wonderful thing. I legitimately think this is a good thing. It's not enforceable. You can't say, oh well, we're only gonna after a certain point we'll grandfather these in, and then after that, it'll be. And it's like, dude, I printed this. This has no serial number.
It's just
You
like
don't know when it was made.
it's just like a mind blowing point that most gun grabbers fail to consider. It's like, hey, we can make guns.
We can make them, and you'll never know about them. And I guarantee that people have been making guns because the FTF says it's not a crime. If you want to produce a firearm for your own use, that has always been, even under the ATF's bullshit rules, it has always been completely legal to do that. And it should be legal to do that. Like, if you can build it, you should be able to do it.
Rip and pepperonis to Jay Stark. The great man. Made a great
contribution, yeah.
Contributions to the gun society. We are
absolutely
eternally indebted.
I fucking love that GIF of him just loading that I think it's something. I think it's a submachine gun. It looks a little bit like a Vector Chris.
Well, it was. I think it was one of the designs that he patented or that he invented.
Yeah, it is. It's one of his own designs. It's similar, but it's not exactly the same. And it's just him loading it, saying, "I'm very peaceful." And people get really mad about that GIF, but I'm like, I think that exemplifies. I'm sorry, but if you think that the average person is not capable of great violence, or at least capable of the will to do great violence, you're a fool. Like, a person can absolutely do great violence, and most of us don't. You know, the people that they call gun nuts and psychopaths, like, we're not hurting anybody. And, like, we're happy enough to be left alone, most of us. Like, yes, we will absolutely resort to violence if we have to, but most of us are absolutely very peaceful people, and we intend to remain that way by being armed. Like, those are not mutually exclusive concepts. Some of the most peaceful people in the world are, you know, just average people who have a shitload of guns.
Yeah. I mean, well, I think that if I owned guns, then I would definitely be like, so I take this as from the standpoint of like somebody who learned martial arts as a teenager, right? Like you learn how to be violent, like as efficiently as possible and as effectively as possible, and you learn ways of defending yourself to make sure that your attacker stopped in his place, right? That you make sure to disable him. We go for weak points, right? We go for shit like the neck and the nuts, a solar plexus, eyes, the slamming, cupping the ear, right? All
And
these
you're not
things.
trying to hug him, you know,
No,
you're not trying to not hurt him. You are trying to hurt him. You're trying to incapacitate the dude. It's the same thing as when people say that guns are only made to kill people. It's like, yeah, if I buy a fucking wrench, it better tighten and loosen bolts. Why the hell would I buy it otherwise? Like, this is what this is for. This is why I bought it. That's exactly the purpose. So what's the gotcha?
but one of the most important like lessons or the important kind of take homes that we're taught and that we're instilled that is instilled upon us as martial artists is that is like this: your ability to inflict harm upon other people does not mean that you get to just freely attack anybody that you don't like
It
and
gives
use
you a
these.
responsibility.
Is that exactly? Is that you are operating with these skills under a context of self-defense, right? Like these things that is ingrained to us is that these techniques are used in defense of yourself and in defense of innocent people, that you are not justified in just flaunting around this power willy-nilly and abusing anybody who happens to piss you off. Like all of these the responsibility that comes with power is one thing that's just ingrained in anybody who's taught to use violence as a means of preservation.
Right.
These are things that
It
go
is.
hand in hand.
And I think kind of another interesting aspect of that is like the amount of, I'd say, I don't want to say people on our side. I'd say people on our side of the issue, because there are a lot of people that are on our side of the issue that we might necessarily ideologically agree with, but they are on our side. There's a lot of very far left people that are advocates for owning guns, um, which, you know, I wouldn't consider them my brothers in arms necessarily, but they are on our side of the issue. But it is interesting how many people who are not on our side of the issue are not just comfortable with, but they almost seem to enjoy the idea of a armed authority enforcer using their superior firepower to bully the fuck out of weaker people. And this is all for the good of the weak somehow. We're empowering actual bullies um, to hurt people, and this is good because it helps society. Whereas people on our side of the issue are painted as being psychopaths who want to hurt people, when the exact opposite is true.
And
Like,
so in this speech, right, that Biden gave, he uses the same talking point he used in the past. But at the same time, the Second Amendment, like all other rights. So after he says this is not about taking anyone's guns, there's a but. There's a huge but that
there's
comes right
always
after
a
that.
but. There's always a but.
At the same time, that means but. Second Amendment, like all other rights, is not absolute. Like
Yes, it
so,
is.
this amendment that talks about preserving that all gun rights or all gun laws are an infringement, right? That he
pretty sure "shall not be infringed" is an absolute statement. I feel like
Yeah,
that's an absolute.
the right of
"Shall
the
not be
people,
infringed"
the
is an
right of the
absolute.
people to bear and own arms, right? Is shall not be infringed. Again, it's the phrasing of the of the phrase, or the phrasing of the sentence is the right of the people. This is a very it's just such a silly argument when leftists try to point
It
out
is,
that it's
and
just
it's
like,
been argued over and over and over again because of course everybody's going to argue I mean when you're arguing the constitutionality or you're arguing the wording and the syntax and all this other shit of the Second Amendment, it's always the same fucking argument. Like it's always it's exhausting actually. I just kind of stopped arguing it, especially once I became I became an anarchist. um, I don't care what the Constitution says. Like I understand the Constitution, and you're
I mean, they're still wrong about it, right? Like, I mean, it is true that like our rights are not dictated by the Constitution. They're not constrained by the Constitution. Definitely the government respect for our rights is not constrained by the Constitution in the least fucking bit. But the wording of the Second Amendment is not ambiguous. It's not multiple interpretations or anything. And this idea that people are like focusing on the militia clause, right? The certain part of the phrasing of the Second Amendment that mentions a militia, that says a militia being necessary for the freedom of the people. I forget the, but then the next part of that sentence is the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And if you look at the state gun rights measures and the writings of the founders themselves, that this was not they use different wording and different phrasing, and all of them make it very, very clear that it is about individuals and about citizens being able to own guns in defense of their rights and in defense of tyrannical government. This is a very clear intention from the framers and from the writers of the Constitution, that that this is not some sort of militia right. That's why it's phrased as the right of the people. And the right of the people is us, and the militia was us at the time, and well regulated meant well functioning. And so it was like, if you want to have a properly functioning militia, then you need to have the people have the right to bear arms. And this is somehow pre-shuffled into the right of the militia to bear arms, and we don't have militias anymore, therefore people don't have the right to bear arms. And as Jetta says, the Constitution was not about government granting rights. It was about protecting rights that were already inherent to. But of course, constitutions are terrible at protecting natural rights, because all they do is they provide a medium by which people can argue for the subversion. For the need for a constitution to enumerate our rights is also a avenue by which people can argue away our rights. The fact of the matter is that our rights are independent of any constitution, of any Declaration of Independence, and they are ingrained within us because of our humanity. And so a lot of these leftists try to argue the constitutionality of gun laws, and regardless of how constitutional it is or it isn't, I don't give a fuck. I don't care a dick about how constitutional a law is or is not. And that's why I go back to the ethics of liberty, right? Is because these sorts of justifications, natural rights and natural laws are predicated on our humanity and our relationship with other humans in terms of our individuality and society. And it has nothing to do with what a fucking guy 250 years decided to write down in a irrelevant to my world. That's what the fucking White House has to say. Oh, so what are the so it's not about taking guns. Like most rights, the Second Amendment, the rights granted by the Second Amendment are not unlimited, quote unquote. Uh, Never has been. There have always been limitations on what you can own in America. So this is great. There has always been limitations. Machine guns have been federally regulated for 90 years. So there have always been limitations, but the limitation that I want to highlight was from fucking 1930, not 1776. And so this is a regulation that has only been in place for like 1/3 of our country's history, but I want to act like this is just this is a normal thing that we can just do. It's not about taking away anyone's rights; it's about protecting children. And like I don't know why people think that this is like that these are compatible ideas, right? Is that like you can protect people's rights and abridge them for the protection of our safety? Is I don't understand. Like they need to admit that protection of safety involves abridgment of rights. It doesn't work any of it. And so of course there's there's the moral outrage of how much carnage are we willing to accept? How many more innocent American lives must be taken before we say enough? And then that begs the question: enough what? Enough gun ownership? Is there? Uh, oh shit! Ominous. I was like, yo, you're silent.
Yeah, I got kicked. There it goes. Yeah, I got kicked. I was listening though, because I was still listening to the stream. I just
No,
couldn't talk.
I was like, yo, I'm sure I'm on a roll here, and I want you to join in and fucking, you know.
No, I was still listening. I was like, "Oh fuck, I got kicked." So I jumped over to the stream so I could at least keep up. Yeah, no, this idea that like, yeah, this isn't infringing on your rights, but we're also going to infringe on your rights is just fucking stupid.
No, it don't make no fucking sense at all.
It doesn't work, and the only way it works is if you are an intellectually dishonest person who understands that you absolutely are, but you're gonna keep lying about it anyway. Like that's the only reason it works. And a lot of these people I feel like have fooled themselves into believing that these two things are not diametrically opposed um, positions. You know, they're telling themselves one thing and they're kind of lying to themselves that they're not, infringing on rights. And they do this in a lot of ways. They do this for a lot of different things. I mean, they justify. There's always a justification. There's no this is what we do when we do compromise on our something that we're uh saying is like a foundational belief of ours, and then we compromise on it. We justify it somehow. We make caveats that
Well,
allow us
and
some
then
wiggle
this is
room.
what happens when we don't have a solid foundation of what
Yes,
rights actually
absolutely.
mean, right? We're
Absolutely. That
like this isn't a violation of our rights because we've always abridged rights when we felt like it. Like, okay, well, those abridgments were bullshit
Right.
because
And if you're, coming at this from the perspective that the state grants rights, then I suppose you grant yourself a lot more wiggle room because then you can at least justify it saying, well, the state gave you this right, so the state can amend them any way it wishes. And it's like, no, the fucking state did not give me these rights. These are rights that were recognized by the people. Matter of fact, a lot of people, I mean, they probably know we're talking about. I'm not saying I'm privy to some secret knowledge. The Bill of Rights was added to the Constitution because the Anti-Federalists refused to ratify it until they were added. That was to kind of assuage their reservations about this overarching federal
power.
government that the Federalists wanted to create. Right, exactly. Power. I mean, that's the crux of everything is fucking power. They're saying, hey, we just finished fighting a war against these people. Now we want to create an oversight over all these people. And the Anti-Federalists were like, are you fucking insane? Um, where's the what are we going to do to keep it from becoming the exact same thing that we just escaped from? And you get the Bill of Rights, which a lot of people don't understand is not a codified list of rights that you are given. They are all checks against the government. None of the parts of the Bill of Rights are things that say the people have this right, the people have this right. They're literally saying the government is not allowed to infringe on this right. Therefore, they are acknowledging that that right exists inherently. They are not arguing that this right now exists because it has been codified in this document. They're saying this right exists, therefore the government is not allowed to infringe on it. This is a natural right that people have. Um, Now, obviously, things have been amended. I mean, the 13th Amendment was added, which, got rid of slavery, which should have already fucking been in there in the first place.
Got rid of
People do
slavery
not
with the
have,
exception of
with the exception of the federal
prisoners.
prison system. Yeah, which is interesting because it's like they still, they still left themselves a little loophole there. Instead of just completely abolishing it, um,
A little,
because
a little bit of enslavement for the betterment of
you can have a
society
little bit
never
of
hurt anybody.
enslavement. Yeah, you can have a little slavery as a
As a
treat.
treat. Did you just say
who's
that too?
who's gonna make the fucking license plates if we don't have prisoners? And who's gonna make Victoria's Secret underwear without prisoners and stuff? Well, not Victoria's Secret, but you know what I mean. Like who's gonna perform all this corporate labor for really cheap if we don't have prisoners and stuff? This is necessary. Um,
Cal the Cook,
so
thanks
yeah, I
for
mean,
hanging out, man. It was good to have you here. And yeah, you have a good one. That
um,
he was taken off. Uh,
oh no, you're fine, you're fine. Um, but no, yeah, I mean, people don't have, and this is always something that I kind of throw out. This is actually a great example. Is I mean, people bring up the slavery thing very often, and it's not the gotcha that they think it is. They're like, well, the Bill of Rights didn't include slavery. Slavery was fine in the Constitution. And I'm like, correct, it was until they recognized that it was wrong. Does that mean that before they recognized it was wrong, that it wasn't a right for these people to not be slaves? Like, no. Clearly, this was still morally wrong, regardless of a document. Regardless, it was still wrong, and it was they never have an argument against that. I'm like, are you telling me that before the 13th Amendment, it was fine? It was you wouldn't have had a moral objection to this? Because clearly people did, especially the people who were fucking enslaved. They had an objection to it, I'm sure. Um, and so it's like, it's the stupid idea that like rights can be given and taken away based on this fucking document or even just the interpretation of it. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Like, and it's a very America centric view, I feel like, because it's like, okay, well, what about countries that don't have our exact Bill of Rights? Like, what does that mean? Do those rights just not exist in those countries, and that's fine because it's moral relativism or whatever the fuck you want to call it?
well, that's hilarious.
No.
Is that these so-called like civilized countries in Europe and Eurasia, they consider it so trivial. Our right to self-ownership and our right to self-defense. They think it's some sort of uh, like funny American cultural like convention, right? Is that we want to have our
Hard to
guns
me.
and shit.
I
And it's
mean,
like,
people
oh, it's
people
so
act like this
ridiculous.
is
It's
a
like, oh,
yeah.
Americans have no right to this because look at Australia and our culture and how we don't want to have guns and shit.
And I don't understand it because it's like, I mean, the founding fathers and all this shit. This wasn't the idea of self ownership, of freedom, natural rights, and all this shit was not put forward from people in America. I mean, these were founding fathers. They brought these beliefs over with them uh, from Europe. There were thinkers and philosophers in Europe and all over the place who believed these things. I mean, where the fuck do they think they got the ideas from? They didn't just come up with it. They hit the American soil. Oh, god damn! Like maybe we do have the right to own ourselves. No, it's like they fucking brought these ideas over from other. Well, so where the fuck did it go? Like, where is this idea that Europe, that that there are no there's none of this individuality and freedom and even just anarchism. There's no ideas of this stuff going on in Europe, and it's like, well, maybe they're still a minority and stuff, but like people act like it's altogether just like an American invention, and I'm like, it's not. people have been talking about this shit for thousands of years.
Well, I mean, yeah, like my one of my greatest like intellectual influences is an Austrian, right? Ludwig von Mises, and
Exactly.
and one of
Yeah,
his
I mean, that's a great example.
contemporaries, Eugen von Babenbauer. Man, that's a fucking. I want you to see this name because it's an incredible. I love this name because it's
It's a mouthful.
yeah, but it's a very German or very Austrian name. But it's Eugen von
Ooh.
Babenbauer.
But oh boy,
Eugen von Babenbauer.
that's incredible.
Babenbauer. Yeah. And so he was a
Kind of fun to
economist who
say.
was a student of Ludwig von Mises, if I remember correct. And he was very critical of Marxism. He wrote so he one of his influences was Karl Menger, who was a teacher of Ludwig von Mises. So he was one of the originators of the Austrian School of Economics, Karl Menger, and his book Principles of Economics. And from there, they developed the idea of what was subjective theory of value and the marginal theory of value, which was opposed to Marx's labor. Well, it was actually originally developed by Adam Smith, who is commonly thought of as a free market guy, but Adam Smith held to labor theory of value, whereas that like a worker's labor imbued into natural resources is what gives the final product its value. And so that's something that the Marx latched onto, so that's what he used to basically just develop his idea of capitalist exploitation. Was that he's like the labor that is imbued into the that is used to create a product is the primary driver of that product's value. Therefore, any capitalist who earns a profit off of a product that a laborer made for him is actually stealing that profit. They're stealing that profit from the laborer because the laborer made that item worth its final value. But the reality of it is that the laborer actually only is responsible for part of the, and that the provision.
Right.
The provision of the resources is also important in that equation. Not only that, but the time preference of all the various people in the structure is also important, because the capitalist who provided the labor with like equipment and with resources to use in order to make a consumer good, the labor was provided with all that. The capitalist paid for all that before the laborer did anything, right? And before,
Right. And the laborer takes no risk.
right, before the item was even sold. So, in theoretically, the laborer could be provided with all of the equipment and supplies. Labor could make the product, and the product could sell jack shit. The laborer is still entitled to the money for their labor, but the capitalist who funded the whole thing has no recourse now that he created a product that doesn't sell, right? So there's a risk involved with that, and so the labor theory of value basically doesn't take that into consideration. And Menger's Principle of Economics and Mises's book Human Action are basically expansions on the idea that value and prices are based off of subjective utility that consumers attribute to those products. Reality.
Right.
Why I brought all these all that a tangent.
No, this is good. I like our little tangents. I mean, this is all this is all good information, you know? This is
Yeah.
the whole reason why we talk about this
Yeah.
stuff.
I mean, I think the point was that led into. But okay, so Philadelphia, the latest quote unquote mass shooting happened. At least 4 guns were used, right? And so this is not an incident of like a lone gunman trying to kill a ton of people. Philadelphia's largest shooting in nearly a decade, and it was 12 people injured and 3 people dead. And charges were filed against at least 2 people in connection with the shooting. And 4 guns were used, 3 of them 9mm, and one 40 caliber. They seem to be all handguns.
Yeah, as far as I can. I mean, yeah, yep,
I
absolutely
know,
are.
I know that one handgun was recovered on the scene, and I think another shoot the handgun got away. And again, we have, it's like people use these phrases like where it is enough. Uh, People will, accepting donations from gun lobby and the NRA are culpable. And then you say to people, okay, so you want to ban handguns? And for some reason they don't seem to be on board with that. And that's another thing we should discuss is this this focus on quote unquote assault weapons. And so there's a difference.
Well, there's a huge difference between what is considered an assault rifle and what is considered an assault weapon. Um, Assault weapon is it's a political term. It has no real meaning. You can add or take away parts from it as much as you like. It's extremely manipulable. An assault rifle was originally, I mean, the definition, I believe, or the loose definition that I can rattle off the top of my head, is basically an automatic firearm. It fires an intermediate cartridge, automatic. It has automatic fire. It's capable of automatic fire. So most weapons that you would see militaries outfitted with would be considered automatic weapons. Um, and those are what we're talking about. The first true machine gun, I guess you could call it, automatic rifle was famously developed by the fucking Nazis, um, or at least the Germans. And pretty much from there, we've kind of taken that and developed more and more automatic weapons. But like the average weapon that is deemed to be an assault weapon is not an assault rifle. Like these are all still just semi-automatic firearms, and they happen to look scary. Like they're not any different. And like what's really funny to me is they talk about them like they're particularly deadly, but it's not legal in a lot of places to hunt with 5.56, which is what your like generally an AR is going to be chambered in 5.56. That's the most common rifle cartridge that you're going to see the AR-15 chambered in, and you're not even allowed to hunt with that because it's just not big enough to assure a clean kill. Now, my rifle is chambered in 6.5 Grendel, which is considered a powerful enough round to hunt with. People do hunt deer with 6.5 Grendel. It's got a much longer and flatter trajectory than 5.56.
And 5.56 can be used for hunting small game.
Oh, absolutely. It's considered a varmint rifle.
That's the hilarious
It's a varmint
part.
rifle.
Is that people are like, oh, this is not, people don't need this to hunt, and the reality is that it's not an effective hunting weapon for most large game. It's like, it's not that they don't need the firepower, it's that it doesn't have enough firepower to hunt larger game, and that if you are going to use it for hunting, then it's going to be against smaller game, including boars, right? Like boars count as smaller game.
Oh yeah, I mean, typically you're still going to want a more high-powered penetrative round with boar. You don't want to shoot a boar even with 5.56. You don't want to fucking shoot a boar.
If you are, you kind of want to shoot them at least 5 or 6 times.
You want to be in a ideally you want to be in a truck, or you want to be 15 to 20 feet off the ground away from them, because boars are incredibly resilient. I mean, you understand, especially once you see one, you understand why they used to hunt them with 15-foot long spears with the cross guards on them.
So they couldn't push themselves up through the spears
because they absolutely would run up that fucking spear and murder you because they're blind. And like we have a couple different kinds around here, and then further down south you have what's called a javelina, which are very small. They're like a peccary. They're really really small, but they are. I actually have a skull up on my wall. I love them. They're extremely interesting. Um, just like in general, but like their skulls are really cool. And they have, I mean, they're tusks, but they look like fucking fangs. They're huge. And they're like nearly blind. And like a lot of herbivores, they are hyper aggressive. I mean, it seems counterintuitive, but everything's trying to eat you. It makes sense to be
Yeah.
extremely aggressive. I mean, they can barely see 3 feet in front of their fucking face, and they will absolutely tear your ass up if you were anywhere on the ground near them because they can't see. So their only recourse is just to try to slice your legs open with these nasty little teeth that they have, and they've killed people. They'll slice open your femoral artery and kill you very
Hmm.
easily. Um,
Well, yeah,
but
and
sorry,
so no, well, so the point I want to make about rifles too is that, like, I mean, say you had like a high-powered rifle, like a fucking
your
what was it,
average
a bolt
hunting
action.
rifle is a high-powered rifle. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
going to do
it's like a bolt action,
astronomically
for
more
example,
damage.
and it's more powerful, it does more damage, but like against a fast-moving, small prey like a boar, it's very dangerous to use a bolt action. Like if you're not already
It
protected,
is
like
easy to miss.
if you have like if you're
It's
not in a
extremely easy
truck
to miss.
or in some place that's
Hmm.
mobile, you go after a charging boar, you can miss. You got a couple seconds before, like, or like a second or so before you can re-rack a chamber,
Yeah, and you're
or
dead.
re-rack a round. Sorry, in the chamber, and yeah, the boar has now closed the distance, and you're fucking getting mowed down. Or let's say you hit the boar with the powerful round, that does not, like, just as you stab a boar like through the gut with a spear, that does not guarantee
Not
that the boar is
immediately
going to
kill them.
stop.
No, it may not immediately kill them, and I mean, a lot of animals are like that, um, because of and I've read a lot of different books. One of the more interesting ones that I've written, this is not. Let me start by saying I don't think that this is ethically justifiable. But one of the guys who was observing the colonization of Africa by the British, um, a lot of these people that they were attacking had never seen a firearm. They had no fucking clue what a firearm is. Um, and so initially, when these British were trying to wipe out these tribes, they were getting their absolute shit kicked in. Like, yeah, they were killing every single one of them, but they were taking massive casualties because generally what would happen is these dudes would just charge at them completely fearless because they had no idea what a gun was doing to them. And they would get shot and they would just keep running until they died, until they dropped dead. But most of the time, they would still make it. They'd still cross the distance and kill the guy who fucking shot them before they died. And I mean, every animal that you come across is the exact same. You shoot a boar, it's going to try to kill you until it actually drops dead. They don't know. Like, and a shock response that happens when a bullet enters your body, sometimes you don't even feel it. I mean, there's people that have been shot that have no idea. Um,
And
it,
actually, this segues nicely into this idea of like, self-defense, versus robbers and shit like that, right? That was one thing that we just saw, I think, recently, right? Like, the past day or so, somebody like made a post Twitter, and I think it was circulated around Tumblr. It's like, oh, well, people who say that they should have gun rights for robbers are still immoral and evil because, maybe that robber doesn't pose a threat to your life, and then you get to kill him, and therefore you're the bad guy. And I mean, that's hilarious. That's fucking
well,
rich.
I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a ridiculous. I mean, again, it's like even if you think about it for a second, it's a ridiculous argument. I don't understand the people who make these arguments, much less the people that agree with them. I think that that's a situation where the person is again fooling themselves because most people operate on a lot of ideals and beliefs that the second that they are physically threatened, go right the fuck out the window because your self-preservation instincts kick in, and if they don't, that's a lot of brainwashing, I think. Because if somebody kicks in your front door and your first instinct is to immediately give up and assume that that person is not there to hurt you, I think you're an insane person. Um, and that you are, yeah, that there's something fundamentally wrong with you. Because how do you make that assumption? I don't know this person. If they weren't trying to hurt me, they wouldn't have kicked in my front door.
Yeah, so there's
Like,
there's there's multiple avenues to approach
Well,
this
also,
this
I mean,
argument.
there is the idea that stealing someone's property is not worthy of being shot, but it's like, okay, so it may not necessarily be something that I have to have in order to survive, right? Fucking flat screen TV, I'm not gonna die if I don't have one. However, I have invested a significant portion of my time and my energy into earning the money in order to purchase that. That is hours of my life,
Exactly.
and that's my money and that's my property that I have put this effort and this time, and it goes back to property, as you
And
were
that
saying. The
that
individual,
time, that effort has already been expended. It's already been
it's
spent.
gone. I can't get it back.
And
And
so
so
this idea, like a lot of people will say, oh, defense of property is not more important than preservation of life.
incorrect,
And the thing is
absolutely incorrect.
it's, well, it's true in that defense of property, I like in a concept, is not more important than preservation of life, but preservation or defense of property is preservation of life.
Preservation of life. Well, yeah, absolutely. And plus,
It is property is a manifestation of a life and labor that we have already lived and already expended. Like, nobody gets property without expending
and how
labor,
do you?
or,
I mean, how do you
labor or
make that
life.
right? And I mean, how do you make that determination for somebody anyway? It's like, don't fucking tell me what my property and my life is worth. It's not yours. And, like, I don't expect you to do I mean, are you gonna fucking pay my bills or, dig the fucking bullet out of my body? Are you gonna buy me a new TV? It's like, no, you're
it,
passing judgment, and you have absolutely no authority to do that. You
yeah,
weren't
it was
there.
like what's his name, fucking super bad, no, not Seth Rogen. Yeah, Seth Rogen. When
Oh,
I forgot
fuck
who.
Seth Rogen. God
When
damn.
somebody was like, had their fucking car broken into, and he's like, well, I live in a big city and I get my car broken into all the time, and it's not that big of a deal. I don't consider that as like an
What a
extension
fucking
of
tool.
my person and my shit. Is like, listen, motherfucker, you may not think that because you're rich as shit and you can easily
You're
replace
detached
anything that's in your
from the
car.
human
But
condition,
if
yeah.
somebody breaks into my car and steals shit that's in my car, then like they're taking away life and effort that I've already expended and erasing that from my life, and I don't get that back.
No.
That's wasted time for me. Like, that's time that I
And, like, for
worked,
someone like
that I labored, and then now the efforts of that time and labor have evaporated. They've stolen that portion of my
right,
life
and,
from me.
for someone like you and me, it's a significant portion. Like, it's not like a tiny little thing. That's a significant investment for someone like you and me. I mean,
Yeah, and so
fuck, if somebody stole my car, I'd be
we
in
can make that argument from, like, lower class, or just generally like this. But the fact of the matter is that that really doesn't matter. The degree to which we are harmed as an individual person, whether it's a tiny amount because we're rich or a large amount because we're poor, that shit don't mean dick. Like, even
no
if it's
harm.
even a small infringement against a rich person is still an infringement. Still, like, we don't just get to ignore it because it's like, oh, he can afford it, or whatever. It's like, that's not how principles work. They apply equally across the fucking board. And so if you're gonna make exceptions for rich people and for privileged people, then you're throwing poor people under the bus as well. It's just a natural extension. So one thing I wanted to point out too was, like, we were talking about how ignorant people are in terms of what a fucking uh, assault weapon is. It was the classic where
Oh yeah.
somebody was called out about a barrel shroud, because a barrel shroud is one attachment that is one of the attachments that goes towards defining a gun as an assault weapon. Right, so it is semi-automatic weapon with a barrel shroud and two other, attachments, is now an illegal, dangerous
You
assault weapon.
attach things to it, it magically becomes an assault weapon. Yeah.
So,
So I mean, like
like,
what I own.
somebody as simple as I think this was a Tucker Carlson clip, but they're asking people who want to pass laws on these, what the fuck is a barrel shroud? You know, what do you mean? Like, why do you want to ban barrel shroud, or why do you consider a barrel shroud so dangerous to people? I believe this is the right.
What function does it add
In
to the
February, you
firearm?
introduced the Assault Weapons Ban and Law Enforcement Protection Act of 2007. It would regulate semi-automatic assault weapons,
Law enforcement
including
protection.
weapons that have pistol grips, a forward grip, and something called a barrel shroud. Weapons with a barrel shroud would be regulated. What's a barrel shroud, and why should we regulate it?
I think the more important thing is that it also would have had banned the large capacity clips that Colin Ferguson had used, and also the killer.
Okay. But I read the legislation. I'm sorry, I read the legislation, and it said that it would regulate barrel shrouds. What's a barrel shroud, and why should we regulate that?
The guns that were chosen back in those days were basically the guns that most gangs and criminals were using to kill our police officers. I'm not saying it was the best bill, but that was the best bill they could get out at that particular time. I actually don't know what a barrel shroud is. I believe it's a shoulder thing that goes up.
No, it's not.
The shoulder thing that goes up. Is that where that's from? That's fucking incredible.
Yeah. I love Tucker Carlson's response, which is like, no.
I actually don't know
the
what
shoulder
a barrel
thing.
shroud is.
Because it's in your legislation.
It's a shoulder thing that goes up.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. The shoulder thing that goes up. Man.
They thought a barrel. And again, they try to focus on, it's like, well, high capacity and blah, 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 this. Oh, well, New York. You ever heard of the New York Reload?
I've heard of it, but I have not.
So it's basically the New York Reload is when you drop your pistol and then pick up another one. And so, it's basically somebody has like.
I've heard it referred to as a couple different things, but that's funny.
Yeah, it's like when somebody has like 4 or 5 pistols, 6 shooters or whatever, and they can fire off all 6 rounds, drop it, and then pick up the next one. And
So a while back, I got curious about the concept of a New York reload. The idea is if you have your gun that goes empty, the fastest reload is simply drop it and pick up another gun. And so the question that struck me was, well, is that really true? It's the fastest out there. Is it that much faster than reloading? Obviously, there's some pluses and minuses to either a standard reload or the New York reload. But I was really curious what the actual time difference was. So I thought I'd test it out. Got a setup here, basic target.
I haven't seen this video, by the way. I've seen videos on New York Reloads before, so I actually don't. But this guy's.
What I'm going to do is on a timer, I'm going to draw from my normal carry mode, shoot till the gun's empty, and then either drop the gun and draw a new one, or do a standard reload and then take some shots. Either way, we can take a look at what the time difference is from either the standard reload or the New York reload for the different methods. So the situation.
I'm betting that a regular reload is faster, honestly.
A bunch of magazines. There's either somewhere between 2 and 5 rounds in each magazine. They're sorted randomly, so I don't know what I'm going to get. And so when the timer goes off, I'll draw, shoot till the gun's empty. For the first couple, I'll simply drop the gun and then draw a backup gun. In this case, I'm kind of cheating for the New York reload. My backup gun is actually a Glock 19 in an inside the waistband holster on my strong side hip, which means I'm giving myself about as much benefit for that as I possibly can, as opposed to trying to pull a bug from an ankle holster or something similar.
The one that I saw, by the way, was a guy who had like a pouch that was in front of him. It was like a waist pouch that basically had 6 shooters. So he could basically draw a 6 shooter from front pouch and front pretty easily.
Other than that, when I'm doing the standard reload, I'm simply reloading from concealment from my regular magazine pouch. And I'll do each 3 times, and we'll see what happens and what we get in terms of time. Holding it here is really strange, by the way. And also the concept that I'm going to drop a gun. I don't like that at all.
So he's sort of operating just on like a bias against the spot where he's drawing from is not ideal, and he's just not comfortable and unfamiliar with process and already off stacked again.
Okay, so draw, shoot till empty, drop the gun right there, terrify myself when it bounces, draw the backup gun, shoot. 268. $230. $217.
Oh.
Apparently I got used to trying to drop the gun there. Even with that bobble, it was still 272.
Yeah, that was much cleaner.
214.
Yeah.
$233.
So even with a little bit of practice, he can't consistently
As you can see, there isn't a whole lot
the
of
New York
difference
reload. And
between the New York reload.
like I said, the New York reload like that he did was a little bit unideal or not ideal for doing the New York.
You familiar with what a New York
no,
reload is?
Hickok 45 has one too.
Oh yeah. The shoulder thingy that goes up.
Sure.
Oh goddamn, that's
Oh
funny.
yeah, it is Hickok, the one that we just.
You familiar with what a New York reload is? Well, we're going to do a Texas-style New York reload in 10 millimeter.
All right, so that wasn't the one. And there was one where, yeah, he had a pouch, like a fucking waistband in front of him. Drew guns out, like drew 6-shooters out of that. And it was far, far faster than I'm gonna
But yeah, that I believe.
take like 2 minutes real quick to.
All right.
All right, I'm back.
All right.
Yeah, so the point of that, though, the point of showing that is that magazine capacities really don't reduce violence.
No, they don't.
this idea that like people would be so much better off if only high capacity magazines were, well, especially in rifles. They like to couple those things together. Assault weapons, high capacity magazines, and assault weapons with high. Fact of the matter is that you could get rid of all rifle, made it all illegal, and banned all rifles. Race and just assume that these laws are effective in removing them from society. That's another logistical argument. It's like these guns are here, they're going to stay, and no amount of written laws is going to erase them. Society and public, and you need, in order to do that, you need violence. State thugs to forcibly take them away. But even ignoring all that and just assuming that a gun law is a miracle, right, and will erase that sort of gun from our society, no longer exists, and no other, and then the crimes that would have been committed with those guns are prevented, and they are erased from our history. Congratulations, you've just solved 2% of gun crime. You've just prevented the vast minority of gun crime. And the vast majority of gun crime will still occur. 94% to 98%.
Absolutely, it will still occur.
Of gun violence is done with handguns. And so that's what I say to those gun grabbers who want to ban assault weapons is congratulations, you banned assault weapons. Let's assume that you've banned all rifles, and you prevented all gun deaths that would have occurred with rifles. You have now solved 2%. You have 2,500 or so gun homicides that occur yearly. Solved about you've prevented about 100 of them. Good on you. You're done advocating for gun control now that you've prevented these 2% of gun crimes. Yeah, I didn't fucking think so.
Exactly. Like they're just gonna move the goalpost somewhere else. I mean, they're always going to keep moving the goalpost. There's never a situation in which they don't. Like, it's just gonna keep shifting and shifting and shifting. They're gonna move on to something else, and it's
after Virginia Tech happened with handguns, where they're like, well, this is the one that was like not preventable, I guess just it's one of the exceptions that we just let it slide. Like, no, they were still advocating for gun control after, despite the fact that it was done with handguns. Like, there's these gun grabbers are not gonna actually abide by their logical standards because they don't know what those standards entail. And so they're just grasping at any emotional straws that they can to justify their feelings and how they feel that this event should not have occurred. And, fine, lots of us don't think that mass shootings should happen either, but we don't, assume that some sort of legislation before the fact would have prevented it.
No, it wouldn't have. It wouldn't have. Like, it's fucking ridiculous to think that, like, I mean, pick one. Honestly, it's like I'm not even gonna pick one. Like, somebody else pick one. Any fucking mass shooting. It's like you look at it, and they go, okay, now what specific law or set of laws, whatever, what specific law do you think would have prevented this? And there's never one that would have done it. Like, there's just not one. There's not a single one.
And we'll get into that with the protests that in a little bit. Before we get to that, though, there's this argument or this concept, talking point that people are like, well, it worked in every other civilized nation, therefore, America thinks that it's so special, so exempt. And what the fuck do they mean by gun? They mean that gun control laws are in effect, and there is relatively low gun crime, gun homicide in that country. They do not mean that gun control measures were passed and those measures lowered the. Those are two different claims, right? That gun violence happens to be low in places that have gun laws, and the gun laws were responsible for the gun violence rates being as low as they are. Those are two claims that usually are not justified together, right? They're just assumed that one of the indication of one means the when that's just simply not true. If we look at the history of gun laws in other countries that claim to have low gun violence rates, like England is a prime example, Britain's a prime example. They are like, oh, we have such low gun violence rates and we have such high strict gun control. Why can't America do it? And the fact of the matter is that when the handgun ban was instituted in England, in Britain, gun violence rose.
Oh yeah.
The next decade or so, and it eventually died down and lowered to
but there was
to
a
levels
10-year increase.
Yeah, and it was lowered to levels that existed before the gun ban went into effect.
Yeah, it didn't actually do anything. Well, I mean, it's the same as Australia. Right? People make this this argument that the gun control in Australia decreased the gun crime, right? But if you look at the actual rate of decrease, it was the exact same before that it was after. There wasn't that much to begin with. It was declining pretty rapidly. Mainly because of a lot of other...
During the same time frame, gun violence in the United States was also going down.
Well, gun violence all over the world has decreased, overall, and the trend in Australia followed this overall trend of decreasing gun violence, despite any of the laws that got passed. And then on top of that, their gun buyback program was a complete fucking failure.
There's still plenty of guns on this.
And the idea that you would get a significant portion of them is a fucking joke. And the fact, and then they did two. They had two gun buyback programs. And I always ask people, if the first one was so goddamn, effective, then why the hell did we have to do another one? And if they did do another one, why did they get any? If it was effective, why did they get more? Why? I mean, they wouldn't have gotten any if it was effective. I mean, they talk about Canada's gun laws, and it's like, listen, you everybody and their fucking grandmother outside of the cities in Canada is packing. Everybody has a fucking gun. You live in Saskatchewan, you live in the middle of nowhere, you have a gun, because the fucking fauna out there will kill you if you don't. And once you get out past a certain point, the gun laws are unenforceable anyway. They don't bother registering firearms. Even the cops know that people have guns out there, and they don't bother because there's no point.
And the hilarious bit is that this concept is very intuitive and digestible once you start to mention countries with high gun control and high rates of violence as well. You mentioned Mexico, South Africa, Brazil, and suddenly people realize that cultural factors are significant.
Yeah, they start talking about, oh, well, that's because of this, 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 and this. And I'm like, these are all cultural and social factors. They have nothing to do with the availability of firearms. And they have everything to do with the social and cultural issues that are, in these respective countries.
And then that's our argument for the United States.
Yeah, it's absolutely the argument for the United States. Somehow, between here and there, though, that changes. It's not an acceptable argument anymore. And I'm like, what's the fucking difference?
Their claim is of they try to whittle it down and limit it to quote unquote developed, that all developed nations have should have crime rates equal to one another for some reason.
Oh God.
And and this is another thing that Thomas Sowell kind of touches upon in general, is that any population that you isolate, right, any group that you isolate in relation to another group is not going to have equal outcomes to those other groups.
Well, of
And
course not.
the difference between outcomes between groups is not an indication of discrimination. A disparity, actually the book is called Discrimination and Disparities, and the whole idea is that you can find a disparity that does not indicate discrimination, that the makeup of groups is not predicated on just that between those groups. The habits and the trends of various groups are just not equal to one. And so you're going to have
No.
different rates of violence, you're going to have different rates
Right.
of college graduates, of high school graduates, of people who are CEO, all of these different
I mean, there's so many different
results.
factors, and that's also why I don't understand how people can just compare, 2 or 3 countries and boil the difference down to a single factor. I'm like, dude, these are countries of millions of people. How the fuck are you gonna boil it down to a single factor?
Yeah, and
Like,
one of my
how?
favorite things that he kind of he touches upon is the idea that people within the same family don't have consistently equal results. That like
No.
the second born and the third born are statistically less, they achieve less than the firstborn. And so this is just a uniform like trend across families. And how are you going to make the argument that the firstborn has, you know, advantages, cultural benefits that are not, that the second and the third born don't benefit from? They're
Yeah,
literally in
that
the
are not
same family.
within the same family. Exactly.
And so
Yeah.
if the equality of results it isn't even equal across family members in the same household, then how are we going to expect that the results are going to be equal across like entire populations of a particular demographic compared to another, you know, demographic? There's no demographics that are achieve equal results because the myriad of factors that go into affecting results of an entire demographic are innumerable and not isolatable. And I mean, the difference, I guess the difference is, well, they are isolatable in the sense that like definitely tell like what trends contribute towards like a successful, you know, cultural result versus unsuccessful. But yeah, this sort of idea that you can point at a group and point at a difference within that group compared to another group, and then declare that that difference is because of discrimination, because of marginalization of lower performing group. It's just a leap that doesn't fucking, it can't circle that.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
And so yeah, this is one thing that I wanted to touch upon, was the idea of comparison to foreign countries assumed to be valid or presented as valid, when the fact of the matter is the difference between America and Britain, or America and Canada, or America and Australia is not just their gun laws. There are differences outside of gun laws that explain crime rates. And to just pretend that, you know, a country has high gun control and low gun violence, low violence in general, therefore means that the gun control caused those lower rates, something that is yet to be proven. And there's a
Well,
lot of
it's always a complete lie. Like, you look at a lot of these countries, they love to compare us to the UK and shit like that, and be like, oh, gun control, blah blah blah. But like, the UK has never in its history had a comparative rate of violence to the United States before or after gun control laws. So the idea that this has caused them to benefit, that this has benefited them, that they've that they start, like, if they had started somewhere close to us, sure, okay, you could make that comparison, but they never did. They never have. And like, even still, like, their rate of violence, they're like, what, a fifth of our size.
yeah, and that's
Their rate of
where
violence is not a fifth of ours. It's actually much higher than it ought to be.
and that's where I wanted to touch upon John Lott and his research. The one that I pulled up was basically a rebuttal of another paper on mass shootings, and about how he point data that was used by that previous study Adam Langford, the Langford study, 2016. That what the data that they used to state that like 1/3 of mass shootings worldwide were due to America specifically. It was due to basically strained definitions and everything. But he also has John Lott is a gun violence researcher who has worked extensively various aspects on laws and things. And one study that expansion of concealed carry laws and how they affect gun violence rates, and basically expansion of lowers surprising it. But so the idea is that like what he does as a point of comparison is the same place before and after a law is passed. So he takes one particular location and then judges the difference between that location before gun control measures, or like before gun rights measures were expanded versus after those gun rights expanded in the same location. And whenever he compares the state of spot with gun rights versus a state versus an area with constricted gun, he tries to make apples to apples comparisons. And what you find for guns. Okay, so yeah, another one that I handgun mortality and gun ownership. Of course, mortality and gun ownership high for America in both regards. But then if you go to the very previous data point, you find that gun ownership is much lower than it is in Switzerland, despite Switzerland has incredibly high compared to Europe, other places, rates of gun ownership, yet they have lower handgun death than Israel with their strict and low rates of gun. Mexico, the one that has extremely high rates of, again, if you're to make the argument, cultural violence between apply to United States, Canada, or wherever. Another thing that's talked about, gun show. We need to close the gun show. Even PolitiFact is forced to. Gun show loophole is this is the assault weapon one, where they say that the rifles in the category that includes guns sometimes are involved in 3% of murders. Shotguns were 1%, and the remainder of gun homicides and non-negligible was other kinds. The vast majority, 59% here were handguns.
Well, yeah. Also,
Testing.
I mean, that makes sense.
Dada, can you hear me? Hear me anymore? Test.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I think I just wasn't speaking to the mic. The heck was I? Oh, PolitiFact. There we go. The gun show loophole page. And when was this? Cutting out real bad. Shit. One thing real quick. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Okay, I'm gonna try to stay closer to the mic and I lowered the noise gate, so hopefully it doesn't cut me off as much. But let's talk about the gun show loophole and how it's not a thing. So this idea, you know what? Let's look up the gun show loophole. Yeah, it might have been me being far from the mic. Yeah, it's better now. Okay, good. Gun show loophole. So even the Wikipedia page, right, is a political term in the United States referring to the sale of firearms by private sellers, including those done at gun shows, that do not require the seller to conduct a federal background check of the buyer. This is also called the private sale exemption. Yeah, the video doesn't skip. Okay, yeah, it might have been just me not being close enough to the mic then. So under federal law, for sales of firearms by holders of a FFL, a federal firearms license, gun stores, pawn shops, outdoor stores, and other licensees, that means like collectors, right? So certain private collectors even have to get an FFL. And the seller must perform a background check of the buyer and record the sale, regardless of whether the sale takes place at the seller's regular place of business or at a gun show. So again, under federal law, there is no loophole that requires somebody who would normally have to conduct a background check that would exempt them from conducting that background check.
Right.
Firearm sales between
really
private individuals who reside in the same state, that is, sales in the secondary market, are exempt from these requirements. For private sales under federal law, any unlicensed person may sell a firearm to an unlicensed resident of the same state, as long as the seller does not know or have reasonable cause to believe that the purchaser is prohibited from receiving or possessing firearms under federal law. So again, this is a rule that applies to private sellers, regardless of their location, regardless of whether they're present in a gun show or not present in a. And again, that's the same laws and regulations apply to FFL holders, federal firearms license holders, who are at a gun show or not at a gun show. If an FFL has to conduct a background check for all sales that they make at a gun show, even the Wikipedia page for the gun show loophole states this outright. Firearm sales between private, where is it? The seller, an FFL licensed seller, must perform a background check of the buyer and record the sale, regardless of whether the sale takes place at the seller's regular place of business or at a gun show.
I mean, yeah, there's no loophole. Like, there's no such thing.
And so this is a sneaky way, even like it's stated again in the Wikipedia page, that gun control advocates use this myth of a gun show loophole to campaign for universal background checks. What they really want is for private sellers to have to conduct background checks before they sell a gun.
They want a federal firearms registry.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what the push is always going towards. Like, yeah, sure, they're doing baby steps, but like the overall push is absolutely towards a federal firearms registry. They want registered firearms, which that worked out really well for the Weimar Republic.
Well, actually, even though I don't like Steven Crowder very much, one video that I really like about his is when he goes to a gun show. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Oh yeah, this is a great one.
What is this?
This is a Nick's background check.
Oh, I thought at gun shows you didn't have to do a background check.
Oh no.
Okay, I know technically you can't sell it, but are any of these fully automatic?
Negative.
Negative.
Real quick, sorry, I'm in a hurry. Can I get a gun here without a background check? No. Son of a... .com. With all the recent demagoguery, it's hard to imagine why any of you heathens would oppose sensible gun control measures. After all, it's your
You gotta love sensible, common sense gun control.
Fucking common
trustworthy
sense.
president,
control.
administration, and celebrities who've let you know that you too can buy an automatic weapon easily without a background check.
I don't think it's a great idea that we sell automatic weapons in this country.
Listen, during the theater shooting in Colorado,
I think it's a fantastic idea, and I'm really fucking bummed.
Repeal the National Firearms Act. Repeal the fucking National Firearms Act.
I'm really bummed that we can't have automatic weapons. And if you think that that's bad, eat a goddamn dick.
Yeah, I want a submachine gun.
And so I love my ability to stand on this because, you know, like I should be a prog's
wet dream.
The baby child, right? Like a vegan beaner, you know, like that's what I am. You know, a vegan beaner, grew up with a mom of a single mother immigrant, you know, Colombian immigrant. I'm not, the convenient European immigrant. I'm my mom's a South American immigrant. She came to this country in her 30s. Their only problem is that she got naturalized legally. And yeah.
No.
And I grew up fucking poor. You know, my mom was a single mom. We grew up in the ghetto. And I still, I'm like straddling the poverty line. I don't think I'm above the poverty line very highly. Maybe a couple $1,000 above, you know, what's considered poverty wages. And yeah, these people want to disarm me. Like, I have a felony for marijuana. Yeah, because I got arrested and busted during a time, or even California was abiding by marijuana laws and considered a felony to possess a certain amount.
That was fucking thing.
And so yeah, now I have a felony for the rest of my GD life. And what they have is that they've actually they expanded my ability to vote with the felony. So actually now that I'm no longer on probation or under any kind of warrants or anything like that, I can legally vote, but I still cannot legally own a firearm.
Which is great. It's not even like you were charged with a fucking violent crime.
No, I had some weed.
Insane. That's fucking insane.
I went to county jail for 7 weeks for some weed.
And again, it's like you weren't charged with a fucking violent crime. And honestly, even if you were, it's like, listen, even if you believe in the prison system, and I just can't. If a person goes to fucking jail and they do their time and they get out, they should have their fucking right. Like, they get all their fucking rights back. Oh, well, you committed a crime, so you've kind of given up some of your rights. Like, that's not how it fucking works, dude.
Well, I mean, this is the same group of people that want to give felons back their right to vote. You know, that they feel that this is like a racist and unfair disadvantage for. Wait, you're a felon? Looks like I gotta go shop, Jedi.
It's like, listen, like, if I'm being honest here, I am so much more threatened by a person who votes than a person with a gun, because that motherfucker has democratic power over my ass to pass really stupid fucking shit laws. Like, the other guy's just gonna shoot me. This dude's gonna fucking ruin my life.
Wait,
like,
no, the thing is he would rather outsource his violence to the state. It's not that voter is unwilling to see you have violence
inflicted upon you.
It's just that they would rather not be the one to do it, and they would rather state do it on their behalf. And that's
because then it's
not
justified,
good.
right? They
That's
can
not
at
moral.
least comfort themselves. They can tell themselves that it's justified. They don't look too hard at why it's happening or what the particular case is. It's justified, right? The cops are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Everything's in order. Like, it's fucking and yeah, again, it's one of those things where people keep talking about like mitigating violence and other stuff. And I'm like, you're not mitigating violence. You're just getting it out of your fucking view so that you feel more comfortable about it. Everything that the state does is predicated on the threat of violence. Everything.
That's why a lot of people can't understand ACAB, you know, and why, like, even leftists are just clueless. Is even leftists who shout ACAB from the rooftops don't fucking understand.
The best way the best way I can describe it, you know, people talk about, okay, well, what about my cousin, who's a cop? He's a good cop, and I'm like, okay, fine, listen.
Cousin's a piece of shit. How about that?
I'm not. I mean, yeah, it's funny. Like I'm not unreasonable. I understand where you're fucking coming from. I know people who are cops. I'm not really friends with them anymore because I have a hard time. I can't be friends with them. I just can't. Um, but my problem here is that do you think that okay, so your cousin is a cop. He's the best cop in the world, right? He's not a good person because he's a cop. Okay, he could not be a cop and still be a great person. Okay, he he's not a good cop because he's a cop. He's a good cop because he's already a good person. You could remove all of that other shit and he's still a good person. But the fact of the matter is that as good of a person as he is still a cop. He is still his job is to enforce the law, not to enforce the laws that he personally agrees with, but to enforce the law and the function of a police officer is that's it. It's enforcement. It has nothing to do with his own moral sympathies.
They're the enforcement arm of the state, and so they agree
That's all they are.
to enforce the state's rules. And
Correct.
the state outlaws peaceful behavior.
Correct.
Plenty of peaceful actions are against the law.
So now he's enthusiastically supporting this immoral law. He might be the best person in the world. I guarantee you that he's had to enforce some kind of shit ass law, and the only good cops are the ones that quit, leaving all the shitty cops in charge. So this mythical, you know, well, he's a good cop. It's like he might be, but he's still, you know, he might be a good person, but there's no such thing as a good cop. There's no such thing. He might be a good person, sure.
Yeah, and so this is the thing that I like really want people to understand, like linguistically or like, you know, conceptually. When we say that all cops are bastards or that all cops,
we mean all cops are bastards.
Yeah, and so
I love that fucking the thing that breaks it down where it's like when I say A cab, like all cops are bastards, I mean A, all, B, all,
C,
and then
yeah.
C, cops, and then A, R, and then it says, and boy, do I mean all cops, even your fucking shit ass cousin are bastards. Like that's my favorite one. It makes me laugh every time.
Well, yeah, because the thing is the nature of a police officer again is to enforce state laws. They enforce the laws of the state, and they agree to follow those orders. That's what they're there to do. They're there to follow those orders. And when the state outlaws peaceful behavior like the possession of drugs, right? That's the easiest one that I can come to, is possessing a drug is not harmful to anybody except possibly the person possessing the drugs if they misuse them. But drug laws are in effect, and so a cop has license to inflict violence and kidnap and fucking imprison.
I mean, let's call it what it is, though. Yeah, imprison.
Kidnap and imprison a drug user for their peaceful behavior. Right. And so this idea, and cops sign up knowing that this is a part of their job and a condition of their employment is that they need to enforce any laws upon nonviolent citizens that the state tells them that they should enforce.
And I mean it's one of the. I mean, it's not a bug. It's a feature. That's
exactly
what they do. That's what they're there for.
Is
their function.
Implicit and required as a function of their role as a police officer. And then people try to make this like gotcha or like, you know, appeal to like, you know, the terrible aspects of it. It's like, well, what happens if there's no cops or nobody? It's like, well, the idea that like there should be no enforcement of societal structure or rules or anything like that's not what we're discussing.
If the cops don't enforce it, then nobody will, and we're back to incentives. Do you think that if there's no cops that I'm going to be incentivized to just let some fucking crackhead break into my house? No. I'm not incentivized to do that now, and there are cops. Are you kidding? They're half an hour away.
Yeah,
I'm not waiting on them.
Just because this part of you know, society is under the purview of cops doesn't mean that it will be erased if cops were done away with.
No,
You know,
it really just means that more people would have to take more personal responsibility, and they should already be doing that. I don't think people understand.
and if we
Like,
wanted to outsource that responsibility onto a third party, like a security company or anything like that, that security company is bound by our constraints, right? By the constraints that we have set up in terms of protecting property and life. They are bound to our wishes and wills, because if they step outside of those bounds, then we just don't pay them.
and if people think that it's comparable to cops, I just have to fucking laugh. Like, I'm sorry, but like they're not the same. They're not the same. And like, a fucking enforcement agency that investigates itself is very rarely going to find itself guilty.
No,
I mean,
and yeah, this is one aspect that I think a lot of people really don't grasp in terms of alternatives, right? They just latch onto cops and government courts because they feel like it's the only way to solve interpersonal disputes. And there's
the devil's
a
advocate, to be fair, it's all they've ever known. It's all any of us have ever known. We've never
true.
known
It's
anything
very
different.
it's
That's
very
fucking scary.
difficult to understand like a way of life that eschews our standard institutions.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
that completely does away with institutions that we are raised to consider as implicitly necessary. And
Right.
but the fact of the matter is that there's a lot of anarchist writing on what's called polycentric law, right? That is individualistic law that's enforced, that could be multiple court agencies or multiple defense agencies that are hired by people within their communities and stuff, and how those different agencies might interact. And the fact of the matter is that with accountability to individuals and with accountability to free people, their ability to exploit the power given to them is much more constrained, because it is easily taken away when the sourcing of their responsibilities is done directly, right? When it's done indirectly through the state, we really can't affect how well or how poorly the police force does their job. Whereas if
we
we're the
have no
ones
way
directly
to-
hiring them or not hiring them, and there's competitors in that field, then suddenly we have options.
Right. I mean, we have no real oversight with the way the system is designed right now. And I mean, ask me whether or not that's on purpose. But and people that try to compare that, oh, they're just normal people doing their job. And I'm like, no, because what you have and what I have is not these fucking massive police unions with lawyers on retainers whose only goddamn job is to get them off when they do something shitty. I don't have that. I'm held liable for anything that I do. I go to court and I have to fucking defend myself if I do something in the course of defending myself or whatever that that is not considered self-defense,
Yeah.
right?
Oh
I
God.
don't have a fucking
What's the legal
massive
provision? There's legal provision that's granted to cops. Qualified immunity. That's what it is.
qualified immunity.
Yeah, that's one that like it just
And that's
blows
just
my
one
fucking mind.
example. Qualified immunity, asset forfeiture. Like, how the fuck can people think that that there's any sort of check and balance here? It just doesn't make sense to me. It
Yeah,
just doesn't make sense.
asset forfeiture is one of the things that is so often just
Fucked
glossed
up.
over. Yeah, it's just
And it's
ignored.
also routinely abused. Like, routinely abused.
No, I forget how many years ago it was. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago that it came out that the combined worth of the property seized through asset forfeiture exceeded the amount or the worth of property that was stolen by criminal robbers.
Yeah.
So cops took more property from private citizens than criminal robbers did.
Right. Fuck. I wish I could remember. I'll have to find it sometime, and I'll run it through a search and see if I can figure out. But so, and the fuck. I need to find that album it's on. It's an album by, I don't know if you're familiar with Leftover Crack. They have a lot of
Oh yeah,
anti-capitalist
yeah,
shit that I have
yeah. I remember.
issues with.
What
But
was it?
um, they have
The
an album, and oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, the album that they have, "Fucking Control," which was about cops. That was one of my favorite albums
Yeah,
growing
it's
up.
a great song. I still have that. I have that on my music list right now. Um, but there's a guy who I guess was giving a talk that they kind of have little blips of him talking, and one of his best examples was talking about the the banking system and how the banking system is protected by the police, and how like at one point there was a bank that was robbed, and the cost of having the police show up was more than what was actually stolen from the bank. The actual just overall cost of having the police show up, they didn't stop the robbers, but it was more than what was taken. Um, and his whole point was like financially it doesn't make sense. So what the hell is the incentive? And he's like, well, because if you allow, this bank to get robbed, it threatens the whole banking system, which then people start to doubt the banking system. So it's not about the financial, protecting the money. It's not about the fucking money. It's literally about protecting the system. The integrity of the system cannot be questioned. So it doesn't matter what the cost is.
Yeah, and so
That
now
the
that
cops
that
had to
banking and
show
money
up.
was brought up, I gotta bring up the book, "The Creature from Jekyll Island," which is the a book that recounts the history of the
Downloaded it.
Federal
I haven't
Reserve.
started reading it yet, but I have downloaded it.
Yeah, it's so good. In terms of, because I mean, honestly, it's really good in terms of how it's presented too.
Right.
Like
I'm still, sorry. Go ahead.
no, the information that it contains is vital in terms of understanding our monetary system, understanding the political power game that is being played by bankers and by government officials. It's honestly, yeah, like one of the best books that I can recommend to people in terms of waking them up to exploitation of government power, because it's one of the our money, right, is so fundamental to the operation of society, and the corruption of our money is so egregious and so fuck do I even like just so
Make it widespread and
wide. Yeah, exactly. It's just so widespread, so egregious, and so damaging, and so ignored, right? It's just so it's so underestimated and just
mitigated. They kind of
because people will fuck, man, we next podcast we gotta look over fucking Adam Conover's Adam Conover's episode on money.
I'll take a break from what I'm reading now and actually start trying to recheck. I've been working my way through the Gulag Archipelago.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I haven't read that one, but
yeah.
I know it's got a lot of good stuff. Well,
it's
good.
extremely good. I mean, it's long. It's over 1,000 pages. And it was written 3 different parts. Just a quick background. Because I can't get enough of this shit. He's
go on
an
it.
extremely well written man. Like he's very well written. And just reading what he went through is incredible. So the 3 parts that he wrote. So just to kind of give you a background, this is approaching the end of World War II. The Soviet Union was still a thing. Capitalist USA had allied with Russia in order to fight the Nazis. And he was a soldier during World War II who was actually he was thrown in the Gulag because of some of his criticisms of the Soviet Union that he had written while he was a soldier. He was called into his commander's office, and he talks about how he was arrested. I like a lot of his thoughts about like the parts that make up arrest. That people are often sort of, it's like falling into a pitcher plant. They don't realize what's happening until it's far too late for them to do anything about it, because each piece of an arrest seems like an inconsequential. It's not a big deal. It's
what
just kind of
what
a
do we
mild
care about some
inconvenience.
simple rights when we got
Right.
safety to consider?
Well, he's talking about like, when do you resist? Is it when your belt is taken away? Is it when they search through your things? Is it when you cross the threshold of your home? Is it when they put you in the car? Is it when they drive you to the jail? Is it when you put in the jail? He's like, at what point does a person feel like, oh my God, I've been arrested? It's like, it's when you're sitting in the fucking jail. But you had this huge opportunity. It took all these steps to get you here, and you
That shit
never
didn't fall out of
resisted
the
because
sky.
each one was inconsequential, but together they constitute an arrest. So sorry. Background: he gets arrested. He gets thrown in the gulag. He writes the first piece of the Gulag Archipelago, because it's written in 3 pieces, while he's trapped in a Soviet gulag. Uh, he's the Lubyanka, the one of the big ones. And he's moved around to a couple different ones during his, and the first part is a little bit his experience, but a large part of it, a very large part of the first section that he writes, was just him talking to other people that were in the gulag with him and their experiences, how they were arrested, what led to their arrests, the function of what he calls the organs of the state. Actually, it's what they call themselves, but what he calls the organs of the state. The second half he wrote after he actually
By the
got
way, one
out.
thing, the idea that the people are the organs of the state, that also was transferred over to Italian fascists, where they conceived of like unions as the corpus, the corporations, the corpus meaning body, right?
Body.
That's are the corpse, right? And so the idea of corporations and of unions as the corporate, like I said, the body of the state, it is a socialist idea because fascism is socialism. And so I just wanted to point out the parallel between the Soviet idea of the organ of the state, or the organ of the people, being the same exact concept as the corporate unions that back up the national state function that the fascists were advocating for.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so
the second part he writes after he's out of the gulag. I believe he did. I think it was 7 or 10. I think the maximum sentence at the time was 10 years, but they gradually did increase it at some point to 25, which nobody survived 25 years in a Soviet gulag. You disappeared and you died there. But he was out. The KGB tried to poison him several times because of the second, because he didn't expect the first part of what he wrote to even be published. But it got out. Somebody got it out and published it. He wrote the second half. The KGB was after him, trying to kill him. He ended up having to flee to America until the fall of the Soviet Union in the 90s, when he finally was able to return home until he died in 2008. And so the 3 parts are, there's 3 distinct parts. They all have an overarching, kind of theme. But I've only gotten, how many pages am I in now? I'm trying to see here. I am 64 pages in out of 1,363 pages. It's very long. But there's just and it's a lot. But like, yeah, it's incredible. The things that he describes, and also the not just the way he describes them, but things that you wouldn't have thought of. Him talking about like the arrests and stuff was one thing, but also just talking about how the psychological stuff that was going on, like in the gulag. I mean, they would arrest one guy who was clearly not guilty of something. Well, it didn't matter whether or not he was guilty. Like, they arrested you, therefore you had to be guilty. So they would invent a reason for you to be guilty, and they would torture you until you eventually admitted to it, whether you were guilty or not. It didn't matter. Your guilt wasn't the problem.
Almost like George Orwell knew what the fuck he was talking about.
Yeah, almost like, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's fast. I'm only 300 pages in, and like I'm hooked. I can't stop reading it.
Yeah, I definitely got to pick that one up, because I mean, sure, I know conceptually how evil and how destructive a socialism and collectivism can be, but that's just like I've known for a while that book definitely exposes the reality
It's
of how this sort of
incredible.
socialist dehumanization can occur.
Oh, it's incredible. Like just some of the even just reading about like some of the different methods that they used to torture people. I mean, they were just exhaustively imaginative. You know, like it's like they just couldn't come up with enough ways to torture a person. It's insane. You know,
Yeah, well, that's
the stuff
actually
that went on, and
reminds me of two of black rednecks and white liberals. Also, another thing
yeah,
that he pointed out is that like this sort of like genocidal and dehumanization of people outside of one's own culture is not a new thing. It's not like something that's like you know, exclusive to like you know, American racism or you know, the Western supremacy or any of that sort of thing. Is that like generally the people enslaved and exploited people who were weaker, who they perceived as weaker than them, and they justified it just based off of the grounds that that kind of shit was just how society normally functioned. It's just, you know,
well,
people enslaved people who were weaker. They used people who were weaker. They didn't consider themselves to be equals. This was never something that the world at large ever considered to be like a valid before the West started to culturally respect individuality.
right. Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the one of the interesting things that he talked about was like he spent a lot of time talking about like the justification and how the Soviet Union under Lenin um, started with very specific guidelines for who they arrested and who they didn't arrest, and that these guidelines became broader and broader and broader, and the more broad they became, the more that they had to justify. So the justification came after the fact, and at one point,
Well,
he's
it was
talking
allowed
about,
it was allowed to get broader, right? It was never
oh,
constrained.
absolutely,
It was allowed to get broader, and it
no,
was never constrained because there was never a fundamental principle to constrain it.
no,
You know,
exactly, and
there
like
was a
there was never
principle
any,
of eliciting certain outcomes that they
right,
perceived as desired,
exactly,
and any means to
and
achieve
like
those outcomes are allowed.
right, exactly. And like he was talking about, like it got so broad towards especially the end of the war, um, that they were just arresting uh, and throwing Russian POWs into the gulag. Like if you weren't liberated by the Russians, if you were liberated by the Americans, or if you were just released by the Germans, they would throw you in a gulag. You were a Russian POW. They would throw you straight in the gulag because, according to, Lenin and the organs, you were compromised. You were a traitor of the motherland now, regardless of the fact that you were a captured POW. Well, something is probably been changed now, so you're a traitor. They would throw you in the gulag, and I thought this was really interesting. This led to a lot of Russian POWs signing up with the Germans. So, getting towards the end of the war, all of a sudden the Allies were running into Germans in Russian uniforms, and lo and behold, he talks about the Ukraine starting a bunch of SS divisions um, within Ukraine, full of Russians wearing German uniforms, fighting for the Nazis against the Russians.
Wonder how that ended up.
Right? I wonder what happened with that. That's exactly what I said. I was like, well, but it's just an interesting, the cycle, right? You have this.
You know what?
This massive,
At least it didn't end up with a Nazi collaborator being declared a national hero and
right?
having a national holiday dedicated to him. I'm glad that did.
Dodged a bullet there.
Oh wait! That did happen.
But
my bad.
But the I mean, it's great. I honestly think you would really really enjoy it.
Yeah,
I'll,
that's definitely been one on my to read list, and
I'll put it down and I will read The Creature from Jekyll Island. I've been meaning to read it, and that'll give me something to kind of help.
Dude, yeah, I mean, in terms of like top 3 books that I recommend to people to understand our current state of affairs, I think that The Creature from Jekyll Island is near the top of the list. Also, Jedi, I did see your question. Was all the value from asset forfeiture? Hold on, did something stop? You're sending a bunch of question marks. I want to make sure that the stream didn't stop. But I did see your question about was all the value from asset forfeiture that exceeded the robberies from criminal thieves, was that BS seizures? Now, I'm not going to state that all of it was BS. Well, the thing is, the concept of asset forfeiture itself is sort of BS, right? This idea that you can seize, property from people based off of the idea that they were ill-gotten gains, right? It can be applied in a very limited sense. The holiday thing. Okay, so the holiday. So the holiday. Also, I'm sorry. I was kind of making hints and references without actually explicitly stating, because I know that the Hominis is a little bit aware. So I think the guy's name is Steven Bandera. He's a Ukrainian collaborator from 40s, right? From Nazi Germany, right? He was a Ukrainian, guy, and he collaborated with the Nazis to help identify Jewish dissidents and to basically carry out the Nazis' plans to imprison and to curtail the Jewish population. So he was a willing Nazi collaborator. Now, a lot of people will use the Russian or the USSR expansion into Ukraine as a way to defend against Bandera's Nazi collaboration by saying, oh, well, he was just defending his country against the socialists, against the communists who were coming from the east. And so he had no choice but to work with the Nazis. But the thing is that, again, he wasn't just like an unwilling patsy or somebody who was just doing what he needed to do. He actively sought out Jews to fucking turn them over to Nazis. He is responsible for a lot of fucking terrible shit that happened to Ukrainian Nazis during World War II. And he has a national holiday named after him, and he's celebrated every year in Ukraine. And so one thing that we point out in a lot of past streams that you may or may not have seen is the connection between the Ukrainian military, the Ukrainian military itself, National Guard and stuff, and pro-Nazi wings and pro-Nazi paramilitary groups that have been subsumed into the Ukrainian National Guard. So that was the reference that we were making.
It goes way back. Yeah, Ukraine's had an issue with this for a long time. Like, they sided with Germany during the fucking war. Like, I'm sorry, but this is true. Like, I don't give a fuck if it makes you angry to admit it. Like, they did. They had SS divisions. They still have SS divisions.
I mean, they're
actual goose-stepping fucking Nazis. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
They do the Roman salute. They wear wolf's angles. They wear black suns. That's Nazi imagery.
And it's not just an aesthetic. They believe in what the Third Reich believed in.
And the country has a history of supporting Nazi collaborators, like we pointed out with Bandera. And so yeah, that was the reference to the holiday thing. And then what I want to go back to is his question about asset forfeiture and the fact that, okay, so the value of the asset forfeiture exceeded criminal robberies, and the question was all that value BS seizures? So on the surface, again, I want to point out is that asset forfeiture as a concept they're not justified seizures. It's seizure through association, right? And so maybe not all of them was necessarily BS in terms of the fact that sometimes drug dealers had their property seized, and it was property that was used to fund or their violent drug dealing ways. And even if we're gonna pretend that drug dealing is bad, and in terms of like property and property rights itself, which is something that you and I would definitely contest, in terms of like, well, people should be free to sell and to buy drugs however they fucking wish. But even if we're gonna ignore that bit and just say, okay, well, seizing the property from drug cartels and from violent criminals is a good thing. The standards by which asset forfeiture laws are able to seize property is not that strict. It's not constrained to just these evildoers. There have been cases where like a teenage boy is caught with an amount of marijuana that could be legally labeled as an amount for distribution for drug dealing, and his possession of that amount of marijuana means that his father's house is seized as a result. So this father who has has broken no laws, who has no connection to drug crime at all, has his house taken away because his son had an amount of marijuana that is under law, an amount that is for distribution, for drug dealing.
Well, like, we don't even need hypotheticals. There was that guy that he had he had a bunch of money, right? He got off a plane. They took the money. They determined that he'd broken absolutely no laws, and he had to fight to get his fucking life savings back. And he had broken no law. The cops seized his money and would not give it back. And it's like, so under asset forfeiture, they were saying that was completely legal. And like the fact that he had to fight, and they still never really admitted that they were wrong for seizing it in the first place. I think they just gave it back and like tried to act all magnanimous about it.
And that alone is only because somebody took it that far to fight for it. The fact of the matter is that you can have your property seized and then be found innocent. Yeah, you can have your property seized without breaking any laws. The police can determine that you've broken no laws, and then they can determine that they get to keep your money anyway. They get to keep your property anyway. And you have no recourse to get it back.
Yeah, that's absolute bullshit. I mean, that's some actual Gestapo bullshit.
Okay, so at a certain point, we were figuring out gun show loopholes, which is why we have this video on the screen. No, you're you and I both just fucking meander off wherever we want to go, which is fine.
I'm passionate about this topic.
Yeah. And so yeah, we like to go off, but yeah, again, gun show loophole ain't a fucking thing, despite the fact this media wants to project that as a no, the value of heroin and cocaine. So yeah, it was not the value of drugs seized, it was the value of property seized. So yeah,
cars, houses, money, like actual cash.
Yeah, it wasn't like street value of drugs, or it wasn't street value of illegal things. It was just the value of like legitimately owned property, and that the value of that property exceeded the amount of property that was seized, including money, right? So part of that is just straight up hard cash. Because that's what a lot of excuses that police will use, is that it's like, oh, you're traveling through interstate lines, or you're traveling, through a plane, and you have a certain amount of cash that is just too high for me to believe you own legitimately. Like it's just high enough for them to feel bad about it or feel suspicious about it. And then they'll be like, oh man, I'm just gonna take all that money because drug dealers use those amounts. And then they will determine that you have no connection to drug dealing or no connection to fucking any drug distribution, and then they'll say, regardless of that, we still get to keep the money, or we were going to make you jump through as many hoops as humanly possible to get the money back, including spending more money on legal fees than was taken from you.
Yeah, they're going to make it absolutely as hard as they possibly can for you to reacquire your property. And like, yeah, I mean, that's how they justify it. They say like, okay, you've got a house and you dealt drugs. Doesn't matter if the money that you spent on the house never came from that. Doesn't matter if you bought the house years and years and years before. they say that you can't prove that you didn't spend the proceeds of illegal activity in buying that house. Therefore, they seize the house as part of the bust, and that's how a lot of asset forfeiture gets justified.
All
So
right,
I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
all right, let's go back to the gun show loophole and see how real it is.
Okay.
Colorado, I was able to go and buy an automatic weapon.
Gunned down by a semi-automatic weapon, by a fully automatic weapon in that case.
There's no.
Hold on, hold the fucking phone. Obama, I don't remember what year. I guarantee you somebody was not gunned down by a fully automatic weapon.
Well, remember, the Pulse nightclub shooting was committed by a guy who had access to class like a class 4 license because he was a state employee. He would have been the only person who probably would have had access to a fully automatic firearm because he was a state employee. Which, if class 4, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. If you want to own a fully automatic weapon in the United States, it's not impossible, but it's very, 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 very hard because they are no longer produced. So the only fully automatic weapons that you can buy are ones that already existed. They more or less got sort of grandfathered in. And if you want to buy one
Prior to 1984 or 6, I forget.
One of those, yeah. I don't remember the specifics, but if you want to own one, you have to have a license. It's a class 4 license that allows you to own that firearm. And to get one, you have to have a very, very good reason, and you also have to have you pay quite a lot of money in taxes for it.
And they're expensive guns, like in general, right?
Oh,
they're not cheap guns because of
expensive.
how restricted they are.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that a lot of them, that even if they were legal, I mean, they would be a
Would still
little
be
less
expensive.
but they are generally speaking just too expensive for the average person. I mean, they're tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, Jedi knows this. 1984 was the NFA. I want to say, yeah, because he's Jedi's an average.
Yeah, the National Firearms Act. Fucking Ronald Reagan.
he's an avid shooter and hunter, I believe too. He definitely fishes. So he's a good buddy from my Discord.
Okay, nice.
So yeah, 1984. If it says, I believe I was pretty sure it was 8. But yeah, so yeah, automatic weapons, fully automatic weapons in that case. So I don't remember which case they're talking about. In this one,
people have them, and like
wait, Ferguson?
No.
What? Okay, protest in Ferguson. He's talking about automatic. Okay.
Shooting in Colorado, I was able to go and buy an automatic weapon.
Oh, okay. The Colorado. The Aurora, Colorado.
He wasn't able to buy a fully automatic weapon.
He did not have a fully automatic weapon in that. He had a semi-automatic.
I mean, if the amount of mass shootings that are committed with semi-automatics are teeny tiny little blips on the radar, the amount of actual murders and shootings committed with fully automatic weapons is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's literally a grain of salt in the fucking ocean. It just
probably
happen.
Single digits.
It's absolutely got to be single digits. I think there were 2. I think there's been 2 in forever. And I mean, most of the ones that occurred before the Firearms Act and stuff, if you think about it, is probably organized mob violence.
Yeah.
Automatic weapon by a
I would
fully
love to own a
automatic
Tommy gun.
weapon in that case.
There's no reason anybody needs to have an automatic weapon. I'm sorry.
And now with automatic weapons can wreak so much more violence.
I think most people can go out and buy an automatic weapon.
Wow. So yeah, most people can go out and buy an automatic weapon. Automatic weapons are the scourge of our society. And then if you look at oh, it is 86. Okay, I had a feeling that it was 86. Jedi just double checked. But so yeah, NFA was 86. But regardless, yeah. So buying an automatic weapon has been severely restricted from 2 years before I was ever born. So, and I'm a man well into my 30s, so I'm not a young. Well, I mean, I'm relatively young, but it's still not a child. And automatic weapons have been illegal or heavily restricted my entire life. Yet people like fucking Whoopi and like Obama think that just automatic weapons are easily accessible.
That sounds easy. So I tried to buy one. You're welcome.
I'm looking for something automatic.
There's none of them are automatic.
An automatic weapon, so any kind of...
Anything?
Yeah, you have machine.
Fully automatic?
Yes.
Oh, no, I don't have a Class 3 license.
So I cannot buy a fully automatic.
No. No one can really unless they have like a super crazy license.
You know how it works?
Well, it's a pump action shotgun. I have a 12 gauge at home.
You know how the paperwork works.
None of them that we can sell here in the store are fully automatic whatsoever.
Fill out paperwork, you have to have fingerprints.
You don't have anything in the machine gun variety?
No. You have to get passport photos.
Okay. I know technically you can't sell it, but are any of these fully automatic?
Negative.
Send that in with a $5 tax stamp.
Which one of these can, do the most damage?
What are you looking to do with it?
You have to have the paperwork signed off by your chief local law enforcement officer.
You're probably just having fun at the range, right?
Yeah, let's call it that.
That's not something you can just buy and take home.
Okay.
I like how fucking sus he just fucking acts all the time. Like, hey.
Yeah, let's call it that.
Are you doing like home defense or like what is your?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
At least. I get this to you?
No, this all gets sent to the ATF.
I can't do. I mean, to get that home today.
There's no way to do that.
This can be turned into a fully automatic.
Negative.
It's a gun show. There's always a way to do that.
There's no way to do that.
So are you familiar on the laws with these firearms?
No, he told me I couldn't get an automatic, and that was the thing, that next best thing.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'll come back when there's less people.
It's not going to change anything.
You're aware that for a fully automatic gun, you need a Class 3 license.
That's what he told me.
It's very highly regulated, right?
All of those are
don't try and crowd my action.
No,
I hear where you're
those
coming
are
from.
federally.
You're aware that it's a huge crime to modify these into fully automatic weapons.
I hear it.
I like the fact that this guy. All right, Jedi. Have a good night, man. Thanks for coming out and join the chat and everything. But I like the fact that this guy is like adamantly trying to illustrate how serious the situation is, and he's got a Mr. Gun Dealer sweater on at the same time.
Crime to modify these into fully automatic weapons.
I hear it.
You could come in with $1 million cash and I still wouldn't give it to you.
Is that your intent to make this into a fully automatic?
Does it matter if I say yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Then I'll say no. Just come by around 5:15.
You can, I won't be here.
I'm sorry, yeah, we cannot sell you a gun.
To be fair, they may have accidentally interchanged fully automatic with semi-automatic because, little known fact, the closest these legislators who create your gun laws have ever actually come to purchasing a firearm is often when they stop by Dick's Sporting Goods to pick up their parabolics for Aspen.
There you go. There you go.
Fully automatic, semi-automatic, assault rifle, these are hard terms, even for billionaire mayors to know.
The pistols are different. You have to pull the trigger each time. An assault weapon, you basically hold it, goes blah, blah, blah.
Maybe they won't sell me a machine gun, but what about one of those dangerous semi-automatics bought without a background check? Through the gun show loophole. We've all heard of that, right? The gun show loophole. You believe it. We all believe it. Sensible people believe it.
I believe you, but my Tommy gun don't.
When ISIL does training videos that say the easiest way to get a combat assault weapon in the United States of America is at a gun show, then we should all be waking up.
It is exceedingly simple to buy guns at gun shows without any background check.
We are going to end this gun show loophole.
To get more of the background checks done on more of the sales at gun shows.
30-40% of those guns are coming from Indiana across the border where there are much laxer laws.
Walking into a gun show and be like, I wouldn't pass a background check, I'm a terrorist, but hand me a gun. What?
They go to a gun show in Indiana where right now they don't have to do a background check. Load up a van and open up that van and sell them to kids and gangs in Chicago.
Not only did I try to weasel through the gun show loophole, but Not Gay Jared and I specifically went to the one in Crown Point, Indiana that Barack Obama went out of his way to vilify.
Well, I was told that I could go to a gun show and there would be no background check. So there would need to be a background check? That's a problem. I was told by the president that I could go here.
Believe him? That's a felony and 20 years, and I'm not going to mess with it. No.
A DUI. It's like I can't buy a gun.
Yep.
I hit a woman, but she was jaywalking. Pregnant. It was her fault. I have all cash.
Oh my God.
You think I'm going to go to jail over that? Nope, no way.
Yeah, it was 2 in the afternoon. And I shot someone.
So don't even go down that road, because what you're asking is for somebody to commit a felony.
But it's a gun show.
Yeah. While you're asking them to do that, you're committing a felony as well.
Would they sell to someone who's run over a pregnant woman?
Damn it. But just to be sure, we went to other gun shows and dealers, too.
Real quick. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Can I get a gun here without a background check? Son of a bitch!
Turn down for what?
So here, that's just wrap it up and go, right? With the new, I don't need a background check, correct?
What do you mean?
I can just package this up and take it, right? Okay, what is this?
This is a NICS background check.
Oh, what is this?
This is, you can't buy a gun anywhere in the state unless you fill out paperwork.
I thought at gun shows you didn't have to do a background check.
Oh, no. No.
Well, what about just like can you just do it like the gun show loophole? Where people don't have to do the background checks?
It's common practice.
So there's no way for me to get this out of here without a background check?
Correct. There's no way to get it out of here without a background check.
You got to fill this out. That's the way it works.
Technically, I could fill out whatever I want, right?
Well, yeah, I have to have your license, your driver's license.
You come to a gun show, you got an FFL dealer, you fill out a NICS background check.
Okay, all right. So, but like you said, it's just I can just fill out. I'm hearing you.
You pay for the gun.
I have cash if that's the problem.
It doesn't matter.
Answer these questions here.
I think I'll fill it out in a way that will be satisfactory. Gosh. You can just fill out whatever. I mean, we're gonna.
What is this? This is a penis.
Then what's the closest thing I can get?
A semi-automatic rifle.
Without a background check.
Nothing.
Treat it like a gun show loophole.
I don't.
Wrap it up.
I don't know.
Bag it up. Well, what do you mean? What do you have a problem with? Real quick, I'm in a hurry. Okay. Can I get a gun here without a background check?
You will not be able to.
Horse shit! I'm not a fan of the FBI.
Oh, I understand. I get where you're coming from.
Therefore, that's a penis.
So hold on a second. Let me address this. I can see the comment sections. In places like Indiana, you can do a private bill of sale. For example, a father wants to pass his shotgun on down to his son. He can do that, but you cannot sell a gun privately in Indiana to someone from Illinois. Not only that, but even registered dealers at the gun shows would not touch anyone from Illinois with a 10-foot pole. And that's just because it's from Chicago sucks. I know the city is awful. Illinois is a crappy state. People are going to get mad. And so it's my home state. All you have is Chicago and corn. That's Chicago, corn. One of these is corn.
What if I were from Illinois?
Then you would have to wait and you're screwed.
There's a guy here, and it's just like all the crap you got to do in Illinois.
You got to be an Indiana resident.
Because they have a.
You can't do any good.
Can't do me any good? No. I'm not from.
Right. This is the topping point that it's the surrounding gun laws that keep Chicago so violent. So this is directly addressing that.
Indiana.
Okay, I can't sell you one then.
So what about the fact that the president says you can?
What? President's f***ing wrong.
Okay, wait. So Barack Obama's hometown of Chicago has rampant gun violence. Chicago has some of the strictest gun laws in the country. To be fair, Indiana does have more relaxed gun laws than Illinois, but it's already illegal for someone from Chicago to privately purchase a firearm from someone in Indiana and near impossible for them to even purchase a legal weapon from a qualified dealer. Illinois, namely Chicago, has far greater gun crime and violent crime than Indiana, except for the crappy runoff they get from Chicago. But President Obama blames Chicago's violent gun crime on Indiana? Quick note, this isn't exclusive to Chicago. These rules and trends can be observed in New York and LA and other big anti-firearm liberal cities. We're just using Chicago because it's Barack Obama's go-to.
Well, like I said, who's the president's butt buddy?
Therefore, we must close the non-existent gun show loophole and in the process vilify law-abiding gun dealers in Indiana. Do you have a headache yet? Don't worry, that's by design. Hopefully you live in Indiana so you can legally blow your brains out.
Such a headache, it hurts.
Okay, if you like this video, I'm going to level with you.
Yeah. There you go. The gun show loophole. How it actually occurs in practice.
I mean, yeah, anybody who actually believes in it has never tried to actually purchase a firearm. And I mean, they always get around admitting this. I think I also reposted a pretty recent article about them buying one online. They're talking about we bought the exact same model of Daniel Defense rifle that the shooter in Texas used. And then, of course, by the bottom of the article, they had to admit that even though they could put the rifle into their shopping cart online, it had to be shipped to a federally licensed firearm dealer
Where they have
who would
to
then perform a background check before they could pick it up. Yeah. Like, there's just no, like, I wish that it was as easy to just bypass all of this shit as they keep trying to pretend it was. That would be amazing. But it's not. It's just not.
We already touched upon the.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so let's
But I mean-
go. Let's go to gun control advocates outside of the NRA convention a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
What they have to say. This is like an hour long, so we're not going to watch.
We see how it's it's gone into effect.
Weapons from over here.
Sure, but it's also happening in island nations with really strict controls where it doesn't have easy access.
Not like here, not the
Well,
numbers.
it's higher homicide rates in places like Jamaica or South Africa, etc.
What, per capita?
Per capita, and in some cases even total. Yes.
Well, I don't think I believe that, but
No, I mean, you think South Africa has a lower homicide rate than we do in the United States?
I haven't looked, but I know that we have a big problem here. Yeah, like what are you on?
States. We're here. This is Texas. There's no reason for us to be talking about other places. We need to worry about what's going on here.
Then we can maybe do something about that.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're talking about policy and we see how it's it's gone into effect in other countries, like, wouldn't that be a way to say, okay, if it worked there or didn't work there, it may work or may not work here?
Yeah, but that's the thing. The people that we have in government right now, they're not listening to what's working. They're listening to the money that's coming in from the NRA. They're listening to businesses.
You notice how that point about South Africa like sailed over her head, like just
right over it.
Fucking like cleared her head by like a wide margin, where she thought that like, oh, what's working or not working, the way that he framed that, because he does try to be generally like neutral, right? He tries to poke at their reasoning, but he doesn't try to explicitly advocate for what they're against, but he tries implicitly, he tries to basically raise questions that undermine their logic and see if they realize that, and see if they connect the dots there, and she very obviously did.
Who are paying into the government's lobbyists that will pay that, what happened? So what did Abbott do? He made it legal to buy a weapon like this at 18. Why? He slashed mental health.
He didn't make it legal. I mean,
so again, made it illegal to buy this weapon at 18. Rifles have always been legal to buy at 18.
It's already been legal in Texas.
He made it even easier for young people to access it. I do believe we need to have our guns. I believe in the Second Amendment. I have guns at home. I am a good shot. I train. I know how to break them down. I know how to store them. But that's the issue.
But
we're focusing more on people having access to these tools because it's a tool. It's not a toy. We're trying to make sure people have access to military grade tools. We're civilians.
Oh my God, that doesn't mean anything.
What do you mean by military grade in particular?
You know
military grade.
You know that the AK-47 was created for military. It was created for war. It was not created for civilian use.
And generally speaking, like, it's almost impossible to get a fully automatic AK that was designed for.
Sure. I'm not going to get caught up in semantics. The issue.
It's kind of important if we're designing policy.
Yeah.
I think this is not serious media. I think
Yeah, I don't think it's serious media either. Yeah, hey, it still needs to be said. It still needs to be said because even if people who are not wanting to have a good, real conversation.
Don't say what you want to say. You change what these people want to say.
So you notice how this guy is trying to, dissuade this woman from talking to him because he's like, oh, this guy.
It's not serious media. Because if they're critical of what you're saying,
he's got nefarious purposes. And like to be honest, if you or I were confronted, like let's say we were at doing some public advocacy of some sort, and some leftist motherfucker, some guy, some Jon Stewart fucking Daily Show type asshole was trying to get in on this, like I would still talk to them, right? And then after they deceptively edited my interview, I would just bring that up on YouTube and then talk about what the fuck they were doing there.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could, yeah, absolutely.
It's real fucking simple. And the fact of the matter is that this guy doesn't like deceptively edit his videos or his interviews. He does obviously edit them for time because he's not recording every second that he's out there. But if somebody feels that they're unfairly portrayed, it's really fucking easy for them to address that.
I mean, this is a message for the audience. It doesn't have to be like convincing me or even convincing the people at the NRA.
I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I'm just trying to let y'all know, like, the NRA is a social welfare program. They're tax exempt, and they're a business. They're a business. They're here for the gun.
You notice how none of those phrases connect with one another in any logical way. The NRA is a social program, they're a business.
If this is your standard for something being wrong, then what the fuck does she feel about Bloomberg? Like, does she give a shit about Bloomberg? Is Bloomberg not a business? Is the multiple anti-gun lobbyist arms of Bloomberg not literally beholden to the exact same criticism? I don't fucking understand it.
Bunch of short-sightedness when it comes to this shit.
Gun manufacturers, they are no longer here to teach us safety and education about firearms. They are no longer here to make sure that we are well versed in how to use, store, anything having to do with firearms. We need to be
she's
training
right about
people
that.
this stuff.
Fuck the
NRA. It needs to be taught. A lot of people believe that we need to have our Second Amendment right because that is a right.
So you mentioned earlier about like policies that work here in the United States. What are some examples of that, and maybe in certain states or locales that you feel like work that should be implemented nationwide or in other places?
To be honest, I'm not super familiar with anything that works in the states right now because all I know is we've had over 200 mass shootings this year. We're not even halfway through the year, and
wonder where that number comes from.
Nothing's changing.
Yeah.
Like the people here. It seems like they don't understand the deeper root issue.
It seems like they don't understand
the deeper root issue.
We need to be caring for people, and we're not caring for people. We're caring for things. We're caring for money. We're caring for productivity, and we need to be caring for people.
Do you feel like the people who are attending this conference don't care about people? Yeah. They don't want policies that would maybe reduce these from happening?
I can't speak for them. I can't speak for them. I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what they believe, but I know what I believe, and that's why I'm here. That's all I can speak on.
But you said you're not familiar with policies that work at the state level or whatever. But then how are we going to solve this if we don't have like real policy proposals?
I'm not a policymaker. That's up to policymakers, and it's up to us to let our policy.
What a cop out.
Who are those people?
What a fucking cop out.
Policymakers know what we want.
As informed voters, like we elect these policymakers, isn't it important for us to educate ourselves on issues we're passionate about so we can lobby them and say, hey, pass this bill, for example, pass this policy?
I don't care about lobbying. We shouldn't be lobbying. Lobbying needs to go.
But then how does any law get crafted? Like, that's what people need to advocate for, the laws they want to get passed from their representatives.
Yep. No telling, probably not.
I was a candidate in this last election. Yeah.
What?
So why are we out here today?
So lobbying should be bad, but also we need to influence our politicians to pass the laws that we want for the people.
Like, she just, yeah, what the fuck, man? Jesus Christ.
Because it's been past time to renew to look at our I'm really nervous, I'm sorry. To look at our gun reform, because there's too many people lost to this issue already.
Sure. And what would you like to see get done?
I would like people to see that guns are not valuable more over children, anyone in the street, more important than the safety of everyone. I don't own a gun, my family doesn't own a gun, but the fact that someone who may not have any idea of how to work a gun can just buy one when they turn 18 is very concerning to me. And I live in fear of it. A lot of my friends are teachers, so we talk about this all the time.
Sure. Is there any specific policy proposal you'd like to see passed, like federally or on the state level?
Yes, I want to see background checks. I want to see universally, I want people to see guns more strictly. I don't want people to be able to buy them as easily as they are right now. I'm not going to lie, I don't know everything about the politics behind it, but I just know what I see in the news, which is too many people are dying. And
I love that phrase. I love, I know what I see in the news.
Like the really common theme I'm starting to notice is like your average pro-gun advocate, and I'm not saying that all of them, like don't get me wrong, I've met plenty of them that are just fucking dipshits. We know who they are, you know, and it's not even just the FUDs either. It's like, I mean, but generally speaking, your average pro-gun rights advocate is going to know vastly more about the fucking law than the people that are angry about it. And I don't understand. Like, if you're this pissed about the policy, how do you know nothing about it? How do you know nothing about what is currently being done and supposed to be enforced and say that, okay, well, this isn't enough? It's like, you motherfucker, you don't even know what's currently being done.
It's the
so
same.
How can
it's
you
the same sort of logic that I point out in terms of taxes and that like the rich aren't paying their quote unquote fair share. I ask them, okay, well, what is the fair share? What is a proportion of their income? Like, if hypothetically the rich were paying a higher proportion of the income that they receive relative to the entire population, right? If they were paying more of a percentage of their own income or of the taxes, then then their earnings in the population, would that be enough? Would that be enough taxation of the rich? Well, it turns out, like the 1% pay like 40% of the federal income tax. And so, you say hypothetically, if the rich were to pay more than their income in taxes, then is that a fair share? And they're like, yeah, totally. But the reality is they're paying far, far more than their quote unquote fair share, or what they would define as their fair share. But they don't know that. They don't know what the taxation rates per demographic income demographic are. And just as the same as they don't know, what the restrictions on gun laws are, how easy is it to get a gun,
they're going
any
to
of that.
suggest an improvement, but they don't even know what the current thing is. So it's like, how the fuck am I supposed to defer to you to even suggest an improvement? And what's hilarious is then you ask them about it, and they're like, well, not me. Like, I'm not.
That's not my job to figure out. I just know something is wrong and something needs to be done, but like what needs to be done, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, and then the guy points out that like we're the ones voting for them. So if we're going to be educated voters and vote for the people that we're putting in that are making the policies, then we still need, like, they keep trying to pass off, and it's funny because these are the people that tell you that democracy, has to work, like this is the only way that you can do it. But they keep trying to pass off culpability for knowing what they need to know in order to be an educated voter. And I'm like, dude, this is how democracy works. You can't just keep fucking deferring the responsibility to the people that you're voting in. This is how we got here. Like, you want to know how the fuck we got here? This is it. You are the epitome of an uninformed voter, and you're voting people in that you are deferring to instead of the other way around. You're like, listen, I know what needs to be done, and then I'm going to vote for the person who's going to then enforce that policy. You are voting people in who are simply saying, I'm going to fix the problem. And you're like, sure, do whatever the fuck you want.
And then you're amazed. You're amazed when your will isn't done, when your will isn't even clear to fucking begin with.
You don't know. Like, this is exactly how you get here. So when people look up and you're 10 miles from shore and you're like, holy fuck, how I'm drowning. How the fuck did we get out of here? This is how. This is exactly how.
Exactly.
This isn't democracy. You can't call this democracy.
Background checks and reform.
Is there a state in the nation, or maybe even a country, that you feel like has model laws that the U.S. should follow, and maybe they had like a higher rate before, and these types of laws have made the society a lot safer?
From what I've seen, like places like Denmark, nations like that, I don't really know a particular state in the U.S., but the model of Denmark, for example, having universal hair care, universal health care, and more attentiveness to the people rather than
which has nothing to do with gun laws.
The politicians running it is something I want modeled in the state.
Well, with respect to Denmark's like gun control laws, was it like a certain way before, and then in a certain year it changed, and like it made it like a difference to you, or what's going on there?
From what I see, they just have a better environment overall. Like a good example actually is Japan. Japan, they have a really big process of making sure you can have a gun.
Fucking Japan.
Saw a tweet about
I could talk all day about Japan.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the police and the authoritarian government in Japan at all.
I don't know if people are aware, like how often I have a huge post that I did, I don't know, probably 10 blogs ago, where I talk specifically about Japan because it's one of the ones that people always talk about, and I'm like, listen, Japan is not the model of gun control that you think it is. They straight up fucking lie. People get shot all the time, and they literally will just write it down as a heart attack. Like, they fucking lie constantly about that kind of stuff. Are you telling me that the goddamn Yakuza doesn't have guns? Are you kidding me?
There was a recent TV show that I think was on Netflix. It's with Ansel Elgort, that kid from a Baby Driver. You remember that movie? And he's a little bit older now, but he's basically like this American journalist who became fluent in Japanese when he was like a teenager, moved to Japan, and wanted to work at a newspaper, a Japanese like all Japanese newspaper. And he was like the first Westerner, first non-Japanese person to work at the, and he got it because he very integrated himself in Japanese culture. And then one thing that's like explored in the fucking show is that somebody getting killed is not officially recognized as a homicide unless they have a witness to blame, to blame a killer on, right, to point out that somebody killed the person. Otherwise, if they have somebody, they will just mark it as possible suicide or possible accident, but they don't definitively label
causes.
Yeah, they don't definitively label it as a homicide unless they have a way to clear the case, right? And so that was something that was just overtly discussed in the show. Was that it's like, listen, man, you cannot write an article declaring this to be a homicide unless the police have approved this as a homicide. So like the fucking media is complicit in this fucking dog and pony show.
Absolutely. And their justice system is a fucking joke. Like, they have a 98% conviction rate because under Japanese justice standards, you are considered guilty until proven innocent. It's the exact opposite of ours. So they have a 98% conviction rate, and you can't tell me that that's legitimate. It's not. I know it's not.
That's not fucking real. Like, yeah, that's just absurd.
So, like, pointing at Japan, again, it's like these people have no fucking idea what they're asking for. They don't know what they're asking for, and democracy is specifically what makes these people dangerous.
And these are the same people that march alongside ACAB socialists.
Oh, yeah.
They have interviews with the people interested in buying the gun. They have a lot of medical research. You have to do a lot of background checks on that. And compared to the U.S., where you can literally go to Walmart and find them in a rack and buy them.
Sure. But in Japan, like, almost nobody owns guns because of those types of regulations, and it's also not a big part of the culture. They've had severe gun restrictions for a long time. Do you feel like, given that it's a constitutional right here in the United States in the Second Amendment, that such types of restrictions would disproportionately, for example, affect minorities and people of color?
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. I would also say that when the laws were written for the Second Amendment, right, it was when guns weren't as accessible, not accessible, but as you can't shoot 1 million rounds in 1 minute.
Yeah, the technology was older, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's, I mean, I'm not saying take every gun right now. That's the drastic step. But I'm saying AR rifle, AR-15s, the ones that have been documented for the recent shootings. Those for sure need to be looked at, taken away, and that's the first step.
What is it about the AR-15 in particular that you feel makes it more dangerous than other types of guns used in homicides?
Well, I don't know much about guns itself. I'm not a fanatic or anything, but from what I've seen, you don't need to take as much time to reload it, and that's something.
Well, like how so? Like what does that mean? Like what's different logistically from like an AR-15 reloading versus like a semi-automatic handgun? Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I just think overall, the fact that you can just, I think it's a handgun, it's 6 rounds, right? And no, it's
that's
not.
like a revolver, but they have revolvers that hold more.
Sure.
But a normal, like standard semi-automatic handgun has like a magazine. You know, like you see like how they load the cops load it like that. That's like your standard handgun, and they can hold like standard 17 rounds, 20 rounds, whatever.
Well, I think this is a great example of me not knowing much about the subject, but.
Is it something you'd be more interested in educating yourself in? Like, have you ever shot a gun, for example?
I've never shot a gun before.
Do you think, like, in order, it would be, like, good if you wanted to really understand, you know, policy making and this issue, like maybe going out, learning more about guns, like things that you fear? You know, a lot of people oftentimes fear what they don't understand. That's probably responsible for a lot of problems in our society. Do you think, like, you would take that step to go, is it fair to say you fear guns a little bit?
I fear guns. I fear guns, but I also fear the people who are still able to buy it.
Do you feel like it would be a step in the right direction for you to educate yourself on this topic, go out, shoot a gun maybe, and learn about it a little more?
I feel like it's disrespectful to imply that I need to learn more about guns. I feel like the people...
You said yourself you don't know a lot about guns.
Yeah, I agree, but like I was saying, the issue right now isn't I need to be informed. The issue is the people who are running the laws right now for allowing anyone to buy a gun like that. They need to...
The issue right now, so I have strong feelings and convictions about what other people should be allowed to own and what other people should be allowed to do, but I also don't, I feel like it's disrespectful to expect me to understand what those policies actually affect and how those policies are, you know, actually you know, the reality of those policies themselves. It's just hilarious, sort of you know, double conviction.
See the issue right now around us. I don't need to be more educated. The people in politics need to actually care about what's happening.
But if we're lobbying,
so I don't need to know about what's happening. I just need to prescribe what other people need to do because I feel strongly about something.
being our legislators and we want them to do good policy, how do we know the good policy to advocate for if we're not educated on the issue?
That's true. I feel like we should talk. I feel like there should be a better environment to allow us to talk about it. But also when it's this drastic, where a shooting's happening basically every week, we don't have the time to say we should just get educated. It's drastic. 21 people are dead, 19 children, 2 adult teachers. Like, it's been passed. We need to get educated. We need to actually...
We want to do the right thing, though. Like, if we just do the wrong thing, we're just doing something because it's drastic and immediate, but we want to do the right thing. We don't want to do the wrong thing in the moment, right? Because it could maybe cost more lives if we do the wrong thing. So it's important to be educated.
What's the right thing, then?
Oh, I'm just interviewing. I'm just asking the questions. I'm not advocating for a particular policy at the moment. I mean, if you really want to ask me, I'm kind of stepping out of my role here a little bit. You know, for example, this shooting happened in a gun-free zone, gun-free school zones. Why didn't we have more officers on the scene at the time of the shooting? Not later when they waited like an hour before they went in, but like at the time, you know, having schools designed in a way that it's not easy for a shooter to access, and, you know, children are one of our most prized possessions. We protect everything in this country we love with guns that we deem important. Celebrities, the president, banks, casinos, etc. Why don't we do that for our children? Do you think that's a good step to take, like protecting our children with the same type of security we have for everything else we deem important?
I feel like kids shouldn't have to worry about guns, and
but if it's a reality, like, isn't that something we have to take, like you said, take steps now because these things are happening?
Yeah.
Do you think that's a good step to take?
Well, that's a lot. I think the fact that the shooter bought the weapon when he turned 18, knowing right then and then it was legal for him, and then he traveled to a location knowing that there's children there to shoot, adult teachers to shoot.
Knowing that the people that he was shooting at would be disarmed and unable to defend themselves.
And like, that's the thing I think a lot of people don't focus on. Like, that's not just an opportunity. That's specifically what people like this are looking for. When somebody commits a mass shooting like this, the feeling of having power over their victims is kind of part of the point.
Yeah,
In
I'm
a
gonna
lot of
skip forward a
cases,
little
it's
bit
the
because
point.
there's a lot of different. But we got an Antifa boy here, and I want to see
Ooh.
what Antifa boy has to say because ACAB, right? Fuck the
Right.
state, fuck the state.
Is the main issue, but even though like the vast majority of homicides in this country are with husband or boyfriend or whatever, this person would be able to carry a concealed weapon on them. Do you think a law like that is sensible?
Like, so wait, so he was saying like if you were like a victim of like a
domestic violence and you have a
Oh
protective
right,
order,
yeah,
like
yeah.
a-
So there was I forget which law it was, but basically it was passed that there's a waiting period for guns, and then it was passed that people who are under protective orders that have what is it called? What is it called? What do you can't go near somebody else? Not a protective order.
A restraining order.
Restraining order. That's what it is. Women who have restraining orders against abusive spouses and things like that, that they would be able to obtain guns immediately, like to bypass waiting lists in order to ensure their safety. So this is something that he's talking about specifically, and of course it fucking just puts people on the spot because they're like, no, people shouldn't get guns. People shouldn't get guns. Well, what if a lady is scared of her ex who's gonna rape her and kill her? Should she have a gun? And so they have to weasel their way around that situation.
You're in the military, you are very restricted on what you can and can't do. For example, you can't go out and be protesting for BLM if you're part of the military.
I think in uniform you're not allowed to do that.
Sorry, in uniform, my fault. Yeah, in
Outside of uniform, you're allowed to.
So that and I'm not allowed to drink beer, but I'm allowed to have an AR.
For example, I think one of the things people have been talking about is like a recent law that Abbott passed that they said, oh, it lowered the age to 18. This was a law that if someone had like a protective order against like an abusive husband or boyfriend or whatever, this person would be able to carry a concealed weapon on them. Do you think a law like that is sensible?
So he was saying like if you were like a victim of like a
domestic violence and you have a protective order, like a restraining order against a crazy abusive ex-boyfriend or whatever, should that person have the ability to, not just own a firearm but carry a firearm at 18?
I believe you should be able to carry a like a pistol. I don't believe you should be carrying an AR.
So the rifle is the main issue, but even though like the vast majority of homicides in this country are with handguns.
Yeah, well, majority of mass shootings are done by ARs. With ARs.
I don't think statistically that's true.
With mass shootings, yes. Like when you use
I guess it depends also how you classify them and the different periods you look at, but I don't think that's necessarily true.
Actually, one thing that's super interesting about that he touched upon too is that so under the restricted FBI definition of mass shootings that you and I sort of think about when we hear mass shooting as a term being used, it's not a majority of those instances are done with quote unquote assault weapons, but it is a far greater proportion of those types of shootings than it is the gun violence archive mass shootings, right? The gun violence archive definition of 4 or more people injured with one. So if we're gonna go by the gun violence archive list, the vast majority of those shootings are done with pistols and minorities, right? So it's a black crime done with pistols, for the most part, or not necessarily black, but minority crime done with pistols. But then they
just fun.
Go ahead.
Right, this is this fun bait and switch that they kind of give themselves, so they can swap them back and forth depending on which one they want to talk about. They're saying the exact same words semantically, but they're talking about two different sets of statistics, which is, it's one of these games that they play.
Yeah, so they want to be like, oh, there's been 200 mass shootings this year. Also, most of them have been done with assault weapons. But no, I mean, that's more so the case if you're going to constrain your definition of mass shootings to the FBI definition. But it's still not majority. Like there's still a large proportion of those mass shootings, real mass shootings, that are done with handguns, even the most deadly ones. Like I always point out, Virginia Tech is the most deadly school shooting in American history. I think it was 49 people killed, and it was done with
I remember
handguns.
Virginia Tech. I was what year was Virginia Tech? How old was I?
I want to say it's in the like the 2008 to 2014 like range, like around those years, but I don't remember.
Yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't have been that old. Yeah, I've still been a teenager. I mean,
yeah. So this is an interesting conflation, right? Where they say mass shootings are done with ARs or assault weapons, but also we've had 200 or so, within a year.
Right.
It's those two things cannot be true simultaneously, and also the idea of mass shootings being a white male phenomenon. Which actually, do you remember when I used to actually break down the racial statistics a couple years ago? Yeah, and so I used to do this every time a mass shooting came out, or relatively, at least a couple times a year, where I would take the not the gun violence archive list, but it was the Mother Jones, motherjones.com, and they have a mass shooting list that is actually constrained to the FBI definition. And not only do they constrain it to the FBI definition, but they also parse it for motive. So gang violence is not included on the list, those types of things. And so they actually try to constrain it to what we would, conceive of as a mass shooting when we hear the term. And what they would find is that that white mass shooters are around 60 to 65% of mass shooters total, which is proportionate to the amount of people, white people within the population. This is also kind of muddled by the fact that obviously racial demographics don't stay the same over time, and so in the past decades there were more white people, in the country, where there's a greater proportion of the country's population was white, 30 years ago versus nowadays. So it's not a perfect parsing and perfect breakdown demographically, but it's the best we can do with the data we got. And so we got white people are generally equal to the population in terms of mass shooters. Hispanic people are underrepresented in terms of that, and so there's slightly less proportion of mass shooters are Hispanic than the general population. Asians, actually, interestingly enough, because they're such a small population of the general public, the mass shooters, the last time I checked it, were around double. There, so it was like 3 or so odd percent of the U.S. population
is so small. That
Yeah,
it's like
3% or so of the population
already...
is Asian, and then like 7% of mass shooters are Asian. But it's not to say that Asians are like more violent, shootery violent.
No.
But it's just an artifact of demographics, and blacks are slightly overrepresented. I think for the 12% or so that they had represented in the population, they were like 17% of mass shooters. So yeah, the racial demographics, as it turns out, when we break it down, it's not a white people phenomenon. It's, if anything, again, Asians are overrepresented, blacks are overrepresented, whites and Hispanics are underrepresented. But the degree to which those things are different is not drastic. It's not like indicative of some like grand cultural trend necessarily, especially when it comes to demonizing white people in particular, because that's what we see it primarily used against, is that whites are the majority of mass shooters, therefore there is a particular problem with whites and shooting up places massively. Right. And
yeah,
and again,
99% of the mass shooters are white, and it's like, no, it's not even close to 99%. Like,
and again, this favorable outcome for whites and the slightly unfavorable outcome for blacks in this mass shooter demographic breakdown is far greater when you expand the definition of mass shooting, right? When you include injuries into the mass shooting list, the proportion of black people who are responsible for those types of crimes increases a lot.
Yeah, quite a bit.
True.
Well, I mean, at 18, I believe you should have a gun. I don't think you should have an AR.
Because right now it's flipped. It's the other way. It's like you can buy rifles and shotguns at 18, but handguns are generally at 21.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Well, it's because the vast majority of homicides are with handguns, and a lot of those homicides are by young people. So they feel like if you limit handguns to people who are older, you'd have less homicides. That's the rationale, I guess.
Yeah, to me that just doesn't make sense on why we should be giving not giving, but allowed to have. I know Republicans are saying everyone should have a gun or a teacher should have a gun, which teachers don't want to kill children. So I think I just don't think an AR.
They want to protect them. So they want to protect the children, which is the idea behind giving the teachers the guns.
If they wanted to protect the children, right?
But first off, you should be having really like a good amount of training to have a gun. Teachers are already busy enough as it is in the summer and obviously during the school year. They're not going to want to shoot a child. The cops are supposed to be the good guys with guns, but they're not doing anything.
Cops are supposed to shoot the children. He almost said the quiet part out loud.
And it's like, well, if they're not fucking doing it, if they don't have the legal responsibility to do that, then they're fucking useless, aren't they?
The teachers don't want to shoot the kids. The cops are the ones that are supposed to shoot the kids.
Nobody would want to do that, but sometimes, obviously nobody wants a mass shooting either. But if the situation presents itself and it's life or death, obviously you're going to do what it takes to defend life, right?
I'm just saying, like, most teachers are not going to want to have guns, and obviously, if cops have guns and that doesn't stop anything, why would teachers?
For the teachers that want to, would you support their right to do it?
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah. So this goes on and it goes on for a bit. It's interesting overall. I wanted to touch on. Let me see what we have. New York Reload, we already touched upon. Gun show loophole, we already touched upon. Yeah, political effect, that as well. And then the last kind of thing that I want to talk about was John Lott and his research. And there was the book More Guns, Less Crime that I pointed out, but also he has a very recent study, which was done, I think, a couple years ago, like 2019, where he talks about public mass shootings and the ambiguity of definitions, and he tries to kind of compare apples to apples as much as he possibly can, given the limitations of how mass shootings are defined and tracked internationally and in the U.S. And so what he claims essentially is that there's a Langford study in 2016 that tries to state that 31% of global mass shootings occurred in the United States. And when he expands the list to include far more incidents, it turns out that only 2% of the
I mean, that's an insane statistic. Even if I wanted to believe that, I'd have a hard even if you're looking at it from like even a slight bias, like I still feel like that's too high of a statistic to be taken seriously. Like I would want to question that before I used it, just because even I would think it was suspect. Like that's a ridiculous amount. Like 30% of the world just seems ridiculous.
Yeah, and so this website, by the way, this page tries to discount Lott's research by saying that he included incidents that should not have been included, like uniformed soldiers, paramilitary groups, terrorist organizations, and massacres by large rebel groups. But actually, Lott talks about his reasons for including this in his study. Right? He gives there's a whole methodology section of why Langford's definition of mass public shooting, definitions that don't exclude terrorism, like all of this is addressed in detail in Lott's study. Right, but what was it? Basically, they try to play definitional games. Langford tries to say that public mass shooters almost always act alone, and therefore like the incidents should be constrained to single perpetrator mass shootings, despite the fact that, you know, Columbine it was one of the, like, the most famous mass shooting of our generation, right? And
I feel like it was the one that really I mean, of course, you know, there were others.
but it kicked off
I
the
mean, it's not
outrage.
weapons ban. Yeah, it kicked off the outrage, and I also think that it sort of jump started this uh interest in doing it over and over and over again. Like Columbine, I mean, people that commit these kind of mass shootings, like they look up to these kind of people. And it was so televised, and everybody wanted to pick it apart and scrutinize it, and like that was the beginning of this tradition of, like, you know, the 15 minutes of fame, like by doing this. You know, they feel like they're basically they're being noticed, but they're also, you know, they've done something important, right? People are gonna talk about this for years, and they're gonna study it. I mean, this appeals to this kind of, I mean, yeah, they have low self-esteem, but they're also, a lot of them are narcissists. Like, despite having low self-esteem, they feel like they deserve recognition that they're not getting, and this gives it to them.
Yeah, and so I wanted to highlight even further, like, the argument that goes back and forth between guys, because this page kind of summarizes it well. Is that Lott and Moody, the pro-gun researchers, were criticizing the Langford's 2016 definition of mass shooting, public mass shooting, because he included shootings that occurred in non-public places and involved other crimes such as robbery as the motive for that, you know, for that shooting, or, you know, as a background for that shooting, which is a very valid you know, criticism, because that's not what we think of when we think of public mass shooting. And Lott, I like how this is framed, is that Lott cited his own study that Langford previously refuted. There's no, you know, there's no justification that was refuted, that this study was refuted. It just says Langford refuted it. And then it goes on to state that Lott argued that lone wolf shootings are very common in the U.S. due to cultural and social alienation, and not Langford's claim of easy access to firearms in the U.S. And this is something that Lott supports with data, you know, very, very comprehensively, in terms of what places in the United States have easy access to firearms, especially access to, like, concealed carry and that sort of thing, versus places that don't, and how that affects gun crime, how, especially when one area passes a law that, you know, turns it from a place that allows certain carry to restricts it, and how gun violence is affected as a result of that. And of course, he finds that gun violence is not lowered, and that some instances where gun rights, concealed carry rights, are expanded, I have seen lower rates of you know, violent victimization after the fact.
If you think about it, again, it's like you're passing a law. Criminals are already passing a law. However, by expanding gun rights, you are giving them an extremely immediate incentive not to victimize people, which is having a fucking hole blown in their chest, which matters to them way more than going to jail, because it's an immediate punishment. Like, if anybody knows anything about human behavior, immediate punishment or reinforcement is the most effective tool for changing behavior. And this kind of goes to prove it. Like, there you go.
All right, man. We've been going for nearly 5 hours now, which is, it was a good stream, and a lot of good ground covered here.
You know, this is one of those linchpin issues that I think people talk about, and like you're either on one side of it or the other, and like there's not a compromise that's to be made, because
and there's so many different aspects of it too, which we've touched upon a lot. We went through the natural rights argument, the consequentialist arguments, the comparisons abroad, the, you know, ignorance of how guns worked and how they're going to affect access and all that. So yeah, there's so many. Well, it's just you know, staggering the degree to which these ignorant opinions are professed so strongly, and the degree to which they're wrong, like how much they're missing out on and how much they're overlooking and
How
covering
much
over.
that they admit that they don't know, but they still feel like they should be deferred to is incredible.
Right. Yeah. And so yeah, all this was laid bare in this stream today. So we had a lot to cover in terms of the whole anti-gun mentality and how hollow and how shallow it is. So yeah, it was a lot to talk about today and a lot to cover. But yeah, I think we did an all right job of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love talking about this kind of stuff. And I mean, like I said, this is obviously a topic that I'm passionate about. I mean, I get in arguments with people online and stuff, but I speak, like, it's one thing to get an argument with somebody online, but like when I'm actually speaking to people, my goal is not to win. My goal is literally just to get somebody else to at least consider where I'm coming from and to consider my argument, because 9 times out of 10, just like they're ignorant about the laws and the way the firearms function, they're ignorant about the perspective that we have and why we hold the views that we hold.
It's commonly thought of as sort of like a protection of powerful, right, and like a protection of the status quo, when in actuality it's protection of the individual, and we don't want normal people to be hold we don't want people to be held to the whims of a greater group of people.
Absolutely.
We want them to be able to defend their own rights themselves without relying on anybody to come in for them. We feel that everybody should have that capability.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. That's exactly it. I mean, everybody. It's, a lot of people talk about, well, if you believe this or believe that, like I believe in gun rights, but like we can't give guns to the commie. I'm like, listen, you either believe in them or you don't. Like if somebody is directly threatening you, fine, take them out. But you either believe in these rights
commies
or you
get the bullet either fucking way, just because of what their advocacy means for them. I love to point out.
But I'm also not a fucking coward. Like if I shoot you, you're gonna be armed and you're gonna be facing me. Like I'm not gonna use the state to disarm you. I'm not a bitch.
Of course not. Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, it's like I'm going to take care of you because you directly threaten me. And
Exactly.
there's a whole other kind of a frame of logic to talk about commies and how they don't apply to the NAP, the non-aggression principle, because they're actively trying to dismantle it. But that's a conversation for another day. Gun rights was the one for today, and I think we did it pretty GD well, considering that it was kind of off the cuff. And we're just kind of grasping at whatever we happen to think about in the moment. But we spent 5 hours going over it.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I think we did a decent job.
I mean, I like talking about this kind of stuff, so
No, I knew this would be a good one. But yeah, folks, that's our stream for today. We're going to be back hopefully next week, depending on our schedules, but we're planning for next Monday. It'll be more current events type stuff. There was 1 or 2 videos that I definitely want to check out that I that you would enjoy. Definitely check out The Creature from Jekyll Island. I love that book. It's one that I recommend to literally everybody, because I think it's super important to understand the nature of our money, where our monetary system came from, and how exploitative and how just how much of a scam it is. It's very hard. It's very difficult to overstate how nefarious our monetary system without like breaking it down in an entire book's worth. So it's a great book. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming by, for watching, for listening far longer than they needed to.
Hours.
Hominis, thank you so much for joining me on the stream. It's great to have you here. And yeah,
always great to be here. Yeah, love it, man.
We'll do it again.
Look forward to
real soon.
the other stuff.
All right, goodbye everybody. We'll see you.